Hey, Charles here. So in this video, we will be working on an e-commerce admin dashboard using React and Node.js. So we will have a summary section just like this one. We'll have an overview where we can show how the shop is performing compared to the previous month. So we'll have users, orders, and earnings right there. We'll have percentage change, and then we'll have latest transactions. We'll show the name, we'll show the amount and the time right there. We will have a simple line chart right here showing transactions for the last 7 days. We'll have a section here where we can show all-time data like users, products, orders, earnings, and so on. And then we will work on some rich data tables like for products using Material UI and React. We will be able to perform some CRUD operations. We can select the items. We can sort the items using any column. We can use name, we can use description. We can perform search by clicking the three dots, going to filter here, and right here I can search for Galaxy, and that way we go down to only one row, Galaxy S. We can click back to our filter, click on X to clear the filter. We can also be able to display certain columns by using these radio buttons. For example, we can hide the description, we can show it, and we can just exit. We will be able to view a specific product. So for example, this iPhone 12, I can view and we get to more details about it. In future, we'll be able to add a review section where we can review a specific product, but for now we are just showing some details about this product. We can add it to cart just like that. We can be able to remove it from cart just like that. We will be able to edit a specific product. For example, this iPhone 12 with this image. We can click on edit. We can be able to say here it's iPhone 12 Pro. We can choose a different price. You can change the description here. Submit, it's submitting. Product edited. When I cancel here, then now we get iPhone 12 Pro 6.4 with a different price. You can also choose a different image if you want. So I can choose this one, open. The image changes, we submit, and it will upload that new image to Cloudinary and destroy the previous. And now we have this one, pretty nice. We will also be able to delete a particular product. So for example, I can delete this one, and once it's done, product deleted, and it's gone from our list. Right here, we had previously covered how to create a product, so we won't cover this in this video. I already have the video here on YouTube, and I'll show you where you can get it. We have orders, and we can see the status of orders, whether it's dispatched, pending, or delivered. You can mark an order as dispatched using this button. You can mark it as delivered using this button. Also, you can view an order. You see the products ordered, the quantity and the amount, the shipping details, and you can display even more details right here. We will have a users table where we can see the role of each user, email and name. We can be able to view a user. This is the user profile. You can make it as complex as you want, but from here you can be able to edit user details. For example, right now we have John. We can change it to John Doe. You can as well update the password if you want, and click on update profile, updating, profile updated, So when I come back, now right here we have John Doe, and then we can be able to also delete a user. So I can delete that user, and that user is gone. So yeah, this is what we'll be working on in this video. And previously we had already worked on a complete shopping cart, like adding product to cart, increasing product quantity, decreasing product quantity, removing them. We also covered processing payment using Stripe, and we added an admin user. So for all that, I have a complete series here on YouTube, which I'll leave a link at the description section below. So you can check these videos for creating a complete shopping cart up to this point. This is a comparison of the rest. And then I decided to add more functionalities like authentication using React and Node.js. We added Stripe payment using these videos. We added how we can like upload an image when creating a product. And also we added an admin user. And if you wish to get the source code for all this up to this point, I'll leave a link to my GitHub right here. But whatever we'll cover in this particular video will not be included in the source code, and that is because I decided to open a Patreon account, and this will be one of the best way for me to convince you to support me on Patreon. So right now I have 0 patrons, 0 per month. So right here I have the source code for everything for this entire video and for whatever we covered previously. Also, I have another one here for my React portfolio with styled components, which was like a premium course, but you can get the source code right here. And I'll be adding more right here. And I only have one tier, and this is again one of the best way that you can support my content, because I obviously spend a lot of time creating this content with retro reward. So you can join only this one level, which is only $3 per month, and in return you'll get access to all my source code. And if you're not in a position to do this, again, the videos are free here on YouTube, so you can watch through them and learn. So the goal is to get to $500 per month, and with your help we can get there. And by that I'll be able to focus more on creating videos. Therefore I'll upload more videos per month, and even upgrade my setup for better quality content. So the next thing that we are going to do is that we are going to solve an issue when creating an order. We have an issue, so we will first fix the issue, and then we will move on to this summary section. So now I have run this application, and this is why we left out. We just included a summary with nothing. Products, we included the create functionality of a product, which is working, but as you can see we don't have data tables for orders, for products, for users. And this is what we will be completing in this particular video. But even before we proceed, our app has an issue. When we try to include several items at the shopping cart and try to check out, we get an error at our backend. So if I come to the backend here, so this is the backend terminal, we get this error, which is a Stripe error, and this is happening in metadata when creating a customer, because let me show you. So if we come at the very top, when creating a customer, we were extending the metadata including user ID and the cart items right here. Now it happens that this metadata has a limit of 500 characters. So if our cart items has a lot of details, then it is drawing this error of invalid value, must be a string under 500 characters. So I found an alternative that we can be able to get access to these line items and the line items are basically our cart items. So instead of including these cart items at the metadata, we can just remove this and use that alternative. Now, if I come to the browser here, it's actually at the documentation, retrieve a checkout sessions line items. And it's super simple. This is how you can do it. You call stripe.checkout.session.list line items. You provide, I think this is a customer ID, and then a limit of how many items you want. If you pass an empty object, you get all the items. And then right here, you will have a function which will have the error and the line items. Now, one disadvantage about this, it will not include all the information about the items. It will include the price, the name of the item at the description, and the quantity. So if you need more information, you might need to create a route handler that will get a specific item from Stripe, which I think this is a better option than including everything in metadata and then getting an error, right? So what I'll do, I'll just copy this particular function or method for getting the line items. I think it's up to this point. So I will copy that. And then after removing this, when now we try to create an order at the very bottom, when we are listening to our checkout session completed. So this is where we were creating an order. So we need to first get the line items before we try to create an order. So right here, I can paste my code. And then for the limit, I will include nothing right here, an empty object. And then for this ID will be available at our data object. So instead of passing this string, we can just say data.id. And then down here, we have a function which is having the error and the line items. So basically these line items will contain our line items. So right here we can try to log it to the console. So let's say console.log of line items, and we pass our line items right here. Just to confirm that we are getting the line items. And then after that, this is where now we will try to create our order right here, and we will also include our line items right here. So I'll say line items like that. Now this is a function which we created at the top here called create order. Here it is. So it will also receive our line items. Did I call it this way? Let me confirm. Let me just minimize that. And yeah. Now these line items will represent our products. Instead of items, here we will have line items. So I will say line items and then dot data. Therefore, that means that we don't need to perform this action of passing the metadata. So I'll remove that. And then another issue that we might have is actually the model for this order. So we can go to models and then we can go to order. And for products, we had like specified specific fields. So maybe we don't need now to specify, we just pass the line items as a whole. So right here, I'll just say product, it's an array. So I will remove this and just pass an array like this, okay? You can also specify the different fields and that will be up to you now. So I will save that and also I will save this one. Now let's try to make an order and see if we will be able to create the order, and most importantly, be able to see that we have our line items. So I'll go back here and I will try to check out this. Click checkout. So I am getting a network error, a post request error. Let's see what's the issue. Now another issue that we have is at our line items still when creating a checkout session here, and to be specific, right here where we are passing an image URL. Now this is occurring because previously we were using a dummy image, and then later on we updated our application to make use of Crowdinary. And the difference is in types. Here we are supposed to pass an image URL, but what we get from Crowdinary is an object. So right here, to pass the image URL, we need to say item.image.url. Now this is a kind of an error that TypeScript will catch, but since we are not using TypeScript, then we just need to figure it out by ourselves. So now this will no longer be an object, but an image URL. So I'll save this file and make sure that our server is running here. And let's see if we can log our line items to the console. So I have one product and I will check it out. So now it's loading the checkout page, which is a good progress. Let's try to pay for this product. So I'll include the details, shipping information, phone number. I will use our dummy card with any future date and CVC. And then I have my webhook running right here. So it's listening to events. And if you don't know about webhooks, then check out my previous videos. And then I'll go ahead and pay. So it's processing. It's successful. And we get checkout success here. Now let's see what we have. So right here we are able to get our line items, and as you can see the data here, we have iPhone 12 as the description and the amount paid and also the quantity that we of that particular item. And also we have the processed order, meaning that it was saved to the database, and at the products we have these details for whatever we purchased. So that is working pretty nice. So now what I will do now is to move on to our dashboard. So we will start working on our summary section right here. So we can start by working on our overview. So we will work on the front end, and then later on we will create some backend APIs for us to get the data. So to start with, I'll start by installing React icons by running npm I React icons. So I'll make sure that I am on front end. Then I'll say npm I React -icons. As that installs, I can go to front end, then src, components, and admin. And then we have our summary component right here. So I'll start by pasting some styled components. I'll be using styled components for the styles. So I have some styled components right here. We'll be checking each of them as we proceed. And therefore I need to import styled from styled components. So at the top here, I will import styled. And these will come from styled components. And then inside our component right here, I'll prepare an array of data which we will be using for our overview. So I'll say const data will be equal to an array here, and we will pass objects. The first one will be an icon, which we will get from React icon. So it has completed actually installing. So let's import some icons from React icons. So I will import these icons. I'll destructure far users, and then we will have far chat bar, and then we will have far clipboard, and these will come from React icons. So right here, the first icon will be far users. So I'll say this is far users, and then I'll call the second property digits. So this will hold like the number of users. For now, let me just say 50 users, and then we will have is money. So we will use this property to determine whether to show the money sign or not. So this is false, and then we can have a title for this one. This will be users, and then we can have color. So we'll have different colors for each of the sections. Remember, we have users, we have orders, and we have earnings. Okay, so we'll give them different colors. So this will be RGB, then 102, and then we will have 108, and then we will have 255, and then we will have a background color. So I'll say BG color, and it will be so similar to this one. So I'll just copy this one, copy, and I'll paste it here, only that this will be RGBA with a less opacity. So opacity here will be 0.12, and then we will have the percentage change. So I'll say percentage, is it written that way? Percentage, I guess so. And then now right here we'll include the percentage change. For now I can just say like 30%. So for the number here, the actual number, and the percentage, we will get from a backend API, which we will cover later on. So for now, let's just complete the design. So I'll go ahead and duplicate these 2 more times. Okay, so I'll duplicate these, and now the icon here will be far clipboard for orders, and the colors will be different. So these will be 38, 198, and this one will be 249, and then this one, it will be similar. So I can just copy this one. Actually, I'll just copy the values here, copy, replace right here. The opacity will be the same, and then the title, this one will be orders, then it's false here. We can use a different number, maybe 70, and different percentage, maybe 20. And then we have right here for earnings. So for this one, we'll use the chat bar, and then the digit can be, I don't know, 500. This will be earnings, like that. Then the color will be different. So right here, let's have 253. Let's have 181, and also let's have 40. And then these will be similar. So I'll copy that and paste it here. The percentage change, I don't know, we can say 60. So this is good enough. So we have our dummy data here, and we can make use of it to display those different sections. So right here, the parent will be this styled summary with a width of 100 and a display of flex. So I'll replace H2 with styled summary. And then in here, we will have two parts. We will have the main stats and the side stats. So the main stats shows the overview and the graph, and then the side will show the recent transactions and all-time data. So right here I can have the main stats like that, and also we will have the side stats. So for the main stats, we have a flex of 2 and a width of 100, and then for the side, we'll have a flex of 1, so this will be smaller, and then we have display of flex direction of column, margin left of that, and a width of that. Okay, so you can just type out these components, and I want to focus on the main stats for now. So for the main stats, we will have the overview component, this one, with a background of this. The color will be brighter, width to be 100, padding, height, have a border radius, and then we will flex the items to be in a column and space between. So the items for the overview, they will be the title and a widget wrapper. So right here, let's have an overview, and then for this overview, we will have the title, and the other component will be a widget wrapper. So I'll say widget wrapper like that. And for the title, we'll have a heading, and we can say overview. And then we will have a paragraph, how your shop is performing compared to the previous month. So let's check the styles for title. So in title, we just have the paragraph with a font of 14 and a different color. And then we will have a widget wrapper as well. So for the widget wrapper, we have a display of flex so that they are side by side. Now these are the different widgets for users, earnings, and also orders, with the width of these and justify content of these. Okay, so in here is where we will map through the data inside the widget wrapper. Okay, so right here we can just say data, and then I'll use these question mark dot map, and we will get data at a time and the index, and with this we can display a component, and whatever we will display is a widget component, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead at the components. I'll add a new folder. Actually, inside the admins, I'll add a new folder, and I'll call this folder summary components. So summary -components, and in here is where we will create a widget component. So I'll say widget .jsx. I'll go ahead and use a short form here from React snippets, and I'll say widget, and right here I can say widget. So I'll save that, and that component is the one that we will display right here after mapping our data. I should actually include the curly brackets like this and pass our widget component, this one. So we will say the key will be equal to index, and the data will be equal to data, like that. So I'll go ahead and save. So we saw the styles for the styled summary, main stats, title, the overview here, and the widget wrapper. So you can just copy them right there. Now I just want us to go now and work on our widget here. Now for this widget, I'll also paste some styles which have been styled using styled components, and I'll make sure to import styled right here. So I will import styled from styled components, and actually I'll save and let us preview if this is actually working fast. So if we come back, we have far chart bar is not exported from React icons. So if we come back to summary, this should be stroke far right here. So I'll say stroke far and save. Then we come back, let me refresh. And now we have this overview section. Overview, how your shop is performing. Then we have widget. So we want to style each of these so that we show the users, the orders, and the earnings. And we have the data right here, and we are passing to our widget component. So we just need to work on this one, okay? So the first thing is to destructure the data from props. So data. And then for this one, we will have this styled widget wrapping the entire content. So I'll say styled widget as our wrapper. It has a display of flex and align items of center. So our items for styled widgets is an icon component. So I'll say icon component, and the other one will actually be text. So right here we'll have text, and the other one will be percentage, but we will conditionally render the percentage. But for now, let's see the icon styles. These are the styles here for the icon. So we have some margin to the right, padding, and then we are getting the color from props, okay? So when we display the icon, we should also pass the color. So right here, we will say the color for this one. We pass it via props, and we will get it from our data. So right here, we will say data.color, and then we'll also have the background color, so BG, and we'll set this one to be equal to data and then dot BG color. And remember, these will now be passed via props to our styled components. Now this is the fun of using styled components. You can easily dynamically display the colors and different values. So now we have those, and then we have some border radius and some font size. Now for this icon, we should actually display the icon inside it, okay? So right here, I'll go ahead and display the icon from data.icon. Just like that, and I'll save. And now this data.icon will come from our list of data here, okay? And then the color from here, BG color from here. And this BG color, you can see we used a capital letter here, so we can fix this one, data.bg color. And then I'll save, and let's see what we have on our browser. Look, now we have an icon here for users, for orders, and for earnings. Now we just need to display the text. So inside the text component here, we can see the styles for text component. We have a H3 with this font weight, and a paragraph with this font size and color. So let's include those. We will have a H3, and then we will have a paragraph. Now for the paragraph, we'll just display the title. So I'll say data.title. So these can be users, can be orders, can be earnings. And then for the H3, we will display the actual digits, but we will conditionally render it to determine whether to show the money sign or not. Okay, so right here we will say data dot is money. So if this is true, then we will show the money sign, and then we will add our data dot digits. And for us to make it to have like the commas when it's more than 3 digits, so what we do, we use .to local string, and we invoke that, and then we have the alternative. So right here we'll just display this without the money sign. So I'll copy that and paste it here, and that is it. So I'll save, and then when I come back, now we have 50 here, 70, 500. So for 500, this is like money. And what we can do, we can just come to summary and change is money here to true. And to test that method, this one, dot to local string, you can include more than 3 digits for this one. So I'll say 5,000 and save. And now look, it has this comma because of that method, and we have a money sign. Pretty nice. Now we also have some percentages, which we should show right here at the end. So for that, we can come back to widget, and after text, this is where we should show it. So first of all, we should check whether the percentage is less than 0. If it's less than 0, we show red color, and if it's greater than that, we will show the percentage as green color. So right here, we can perform a check. We can say data dot percentage, and we will say, is this less than 0? If this is less than 0, then we can display this component here. Else, we'll display another component here. So for this component, we will simply show the percentage component, which is this one. And as you can see, for the color, it's being conditionally rendered by this prop is positive. So if it's positive, then we get green. If it's negative, we get red. So we will pass this prop to this particular component, and these are the styles. So I'll come here and include that component percentage, and as we have seen, we can pass this prop is positive, and since this is less than 0, so this digit is not positive, it is negative. So right here we will pass false. So when it's false, it will display the red color. And now right here, we can display the actual percentage, but we don't want decimal points. So what we can do, we can use math.flow, and we invoke that and pass in our data.percentage. So we'll be performing some calculations which might have decimal points. To eliminate them, we use math.flow. And then now right here, or you can use math.sale to like round it up. And then now right here, we can add the percentage sign like that. So we will just use this component. I'll actually like copy it and paste it in here. The only difference is that this will be true, meaning that it's positive. So true, and there we go. I'll save, and now we should have the percentages: 30%, 20, 60. And now what you can do to test the negative value, you can include negative here, save, come back, and look, now this is red, while this is positive, positive. Pretty nice. So we have styled this overview section, and the next thing that remains is to create some backend APIs which will generate these digits for us and also will perform some calculations for us to get the percentages. So now I want us to make this data to be dynamic depending on the month, the same for orders and earnings. So we will start with users here, and then we'll use the knowledge that we gain from here to work on orders and earnings. So for this, we need to create a backend API route. So at my backend, as you can see, I have added this file called users.js, and I have some code going on right here. So right here, I'm bringing in the user model from our models right here. And this user model, we actually also need to modify it. We need to add a timestamp so that when we register a user, we will have a created at field so that we can be able to know which month a user are registered for an account. So right here, just go ahead and add timestamps and set it to true. So this is on the models and then the user model. That is all the change for that, and I'll go ahead and close that. And then at our users still, we need to bring in these middleware functions of is user and is admin from our middleware and then auth. So at the middleware folder, we had this file called auth, and for auth here, we just check whether a user is logged in or not. And then for is user, for this one, we are checking whether the currently logged in user is the one that is trying to access their own profile, or whether the admin is the one that is trying to access the profile. So what we do, we just call our auth middleware right here, and it has access to request and response. We have a callback function, and in this callback function, we perform a check if the request.user._id. Now, this is like the currently logged in user. And then we also have request.params.id. Now this will be passed through the request.params when making a request. So that can be from a user profile. So we check these two. If they are equal, then this is the right person that is trying to access their own profile. And then we have an OR here. We check whether the user is an admin so that we give them access and call the next middleware function using this next function right here. Else we say access denied. And then this one right here is just checking whether the user is an admin or not. So there are some functionality which require you to be only the admin, okay? And we export those functions like that, and that is how we are able to import them just like this. And then you need to install Moment. So you need to run this command on your backend, and I can't find it. Okay, here it is. So you need to cd into backend, get out of frontend, cd into backend, and install npm I Moment. And we'll use Moment for dates. I found it to be more reliable than using new date. So for that, we need now to make use of this Moment when creating this route right here, okay? So we have the router like that, and we are exporting the router, and you need to import it in index.js file as users right here from routes/users, and you can create a route for it like this, a path. So /API/users and then users, okay? You know the drill. But now what I'm interested in is now this route right here. So we want to get the user stats, and right here I have created a path /stats. And the first thing that I'm doing, I'm creating a constant previous month, and this is how I'm calculating the previous month. I'm using Moment. So Moment will get the current date, okay? And then we have this method .month where we can set the month for that date. So .month, and what I'm passing is Moment again, the current date .month, and then we subtract 1, okay? So if the current date .month, the month will be in form of numbers. So if it's 6, we subtract 1, then the month will be set to 5, which is last month. And then we set the date for last month to be date 1. So we want from the beginning of last month. And we include this format of year, month, day, and then the hours, minutes, seconds. So these are as in small caps, by the way, okay? And then I send it to front end. So we are going to do more here, but let's see if we can get the previous month by accessing this route. And we can do that from the browser. So this is it. This is the API that we are trying to access. And if we try to access that API endpoint, then we get the previous month like this, okay? So we have the month is 5, date 1, and you can set from any date that you want. So it can be, I don't know, date 7, okay, not that one, but this one, date 7. I save, and now when we check at this, refresh this one, we get this is date 7. So we want from date 1, okay? So we set this one to 1. Pretty nice. Now we can be able to make use of this previous month to calculate our stats. So right here, what we will do, we will use a try and catch block. So try, then we'll have catch here, and this catch has access to the error object, and we can actually send this error message to the client. So res.status, we set it to 500, meaning internal server error, dot send the error. Also, you can optionally log it to the console right here. I will save to auto format, and now inside our try is where we want to do our magic. So we will be using what we call MongoDB aggregation, okay? So right here, we will have const users, and we will await this, and then we'll make use of our user model, and we have this method called aggregate, okay? So I'll say aggregate, and we invoke it. And then from here, we pass an array, and we can do our magics in here. So if you want to learn more about this aggregate, you can just go to your browser and search for MongoDB aggregate, okay? Like this. And then you open that aggregate operations, and you can read more about aggregate pipelines right here. So we have things like match, and then we have groups. We also have things like projects and so on. So if you want to understand well and more, you can check out this page and explore it, okay? So the first thing that I'll make use of is this match, okay? And this is how I'll do it. So right here, I'll pass an object, and then I'll say the money sign match. This is a MongoDB operation, and I'll pass created art right here, created art, and then I'll say full colon, and then right here I'll pass another object, and then I'll use greater than or equal to operation, and I'll say new date. I'll set a date here, and I'll set it to be our previous month date. So right here I'll say let it be previous month, like that, okay? And what this means is that whatever operations that we are going to perform, they will start from the previous month, okay? It will be greater or equal to the previous month. So that means the last month and this month, okay? So it will not include data from last month going backward, okay? So I hope you get the point. And then now right here, we can set a variable, a new variable, using project operation. So right here, this project is used to set some variables. So I'll say project, and then we will set the month variable, and this variable will be, we will use month right here, and this will be equal to a field that is available in our users model, which will now be created at. That will be created automatically by the timestamp, okay? So at the users model, this timestamp will create a field called created at. So we will set the month to be that created at, okay? So I'll say let it be created at, and now we can be able to make use of this month in the next operation. So the next operation we will use is the group operation right here. So I'll say group, so group, and I'll be able to group the data for a particular month. Okay, so right here we need to set an ID, and this ID, if you can read more about these on, for example, you can just click this group and read more about it, and you'll see groups input documents by the specified _ID expression for each distinct grouping. Okay, so this will group stuff depending on this ID and this ID will be set to a particular month. So right here I can set it to be our month, which is a variable which we set right here using project, and right here we need a comma, and now these will group documents in that particular specific month. And right here we can set another field called total, and what we will do, we will use sum and we will add 1. And what this means is that for each document that is found within this group within that month, we will add 1 to total. So if we have 3 documents in that month, that means that we will have total as 3, and that means that we have 3 users in that particular month. So if all this is confusing, again, I recommend you go through the documentation, search for MongoDB aggregation, and read more, okay? And we just have these 3 operations right here. Look for match, project, and then group right here. And now down here, whatever will be returned is an array containing ID and total. So after users, we can send this to the client by saying res.send, and then status will be 200, and then .send. Okay, this will be res.status 200.send. Then we pass our users right here. Okay, now when I save this, we can test it out by going to this route, and I will refresh, and look, I am getting an array of 2 objects with ID. ID is now the number of month, so 6 is the current month, and then total is the number of users in that particular month, and then the previous month and the number of users in the previous month. And if you get an empty array, don't worry, it's totally okay. So that means that you don't have any users registered within those months, or you didn't record the ID. So what you can do, you can register new users when we have our user model right here having the timestamp, or you can even edit your MongoDB database. Okay, so at MongoDB users, you can add a field like this one, created at, and then you include a date just like this one. So as you can see, this one is for the previous month, and this is the current month according to the time of recording this video. And you can see this one doesn't have any date. So if we put it to be the current month, so we can add a new field. I can edit here, add a field, and I'll say created at, and this field will be a date. So remember to select a date here, and then I need to copy one of these. So I can copy this one, copy, and I can paste it here. So I'll click update, and for your case, you can like copy from other documents the date. So you can go, for example, to products and copy a date from there, or just create a new user when having the timestamp on for you to see created at field. Okay, so in this case, now we have 2 users created during this month, that is the 6th month here. And when we check at the data now, right here, you'll see now this total will change to 2. So I will refresh, and look, ID 6, total 2. And if we change the month to be the 5th month, So right here you can edit the month like this. You can set this to 5, and then you can update. Now when you do that and come back to online shop, okay, not online shop, but where you are calling the route here, refresh. Now you'll see this is now 1, this is 2. So our aggregation is working correctly, okay? It's grouping the totals for the 5th month and also the totals for the 6th month, which is the previous month and this month. And now we can use that data to perform calculations for the percentage as well as show the current users for this month. Now, another thing is that these usually interchange the position of the months. Now look, this is the first one, this is the second one. Whenever I refresh, it's not like consistent. So we will fix this or sort it on our front end. So with that, let's actually now go to the front end and try to make use of that data. So first of all, I'll come to users here, and I'll make sure that only an admin can be able to access this data by calling is admin middleware function right here. And then now I can like cancel these ones and go to front end summary. So we can perform some fetches here. So we'll have some piece of state. So right here I'll say const users, and we'll have also set users, and this will be equal to our use state hook. This will come from React, so make sure it's also auto imported. I like this to be at the very top, and then I will set it to be an empty array to begin with. Also, we will need to bring in the use effect hook, so I'll bring in use effect right here, and I'll use that to fetch the data. So I'm not going to use Redux for fetching the data. You can totally use just React without Redux. So right here, we need to call the use effect hook, and we will pass the function in here. And then I'll set another function, which we will use to fetch our data. So this will be an async function. So I'll say async function fetch data, and these we can use the try and catch block in here and also like call it down here. So I can say fetch data and we invoke it. Also, I want this to be called only when this page loads, so we pass an empty array of dependencies, and then in here we can have a try and catch block. So try and catch, we can receive the error object and log it to the console. So I log it to the console right here. And then now right here is where we try to perform our fetch, and I'll make use of Axios. So I'll have const response will be equal to Axios, and then dot get. The first parameter will be the URL. So let's bring in Axios. So I'll import Axios from Axios. I think it's already installed because we previously used it on our Redux slices. And for the base URL, we also need to bring it from our API folder, I think, inside the slices right here. So this is our base URL. It's good to have it at one place so that it's easy to change it. So right here, I'll make use of backticks and then the money sign so that we read our URL from that file. So I'll make sure it's coming from Slices API. I click this and it's auto imported. Pretty nice. And now here we will have stroke users, and then we'll have stroke stats. And we also need to set our headers. So the headers are for setting the token so that we make sure that we can verify the user whether it's an admin or not. So right here I'll also set headers. So this is a function that we already created right here. It's only setting the headers XAuth token to be the token from local storage. So right here I'll call set headers. Also make sure it's coming from the trace right here, stroke API, and we actually invoke it for it to work out. Okay, so headers like that, and we invoke it. Cool. Now we should be able to get the data. So right here we can first log this to the console.log of res.data, which is our array. So I will save, and let's actually say starts here for us to be sure it's the correct data. Now when I go back to our online shop, hit refresh, we should be able to get that data and see it at our console. So I'll go to the console and let's see. So we have stats, but this is undefined. So something is wrong. So actually we need to await this process. So I'll say await axios.get save. Then let's see. Look, now we are able to get our stats in form of an array. We have this month and this month. So I need them to be in order always. So when I refresh, they keep switching themselves. Okay, now this is beginning, this is the end. So for this, I'll make use of the sort, and the sort will always change the original array. So right here, I can say res, and then, okay, let it remain here, but at the top here, we can say res, and then dot data, and then dot sort. And then I'll go ahead and invoke this sort, and I'll pass what we call a compare function. Okay, so this compare should be a function. Let's go ahead and create it right here. So I will define a new function, and I'll call it compare, and this will help us to sort them in either descending or ascending order. So right here we'll be comparing two values at a time, so A and B, and right here I'll check if A dot underscore ID is less than B, and then dot underscore ID. Also, I'll make sure to make this is a dot there. So if this is true, what we will return is 1. So that will return, I think, the second value, which is B. And else right here, we can have a similar one like this, and we can say if A dot underscore ID is greater than B dot underscore ID, we can return a negative value, -1, else we will return 0. And this will sort them in descending order. So this is compare. We usually pass a compare function to the sort array method, and you can just like Google more about it. So you can come here and then sort compare function, and you can read more about it. Okay, the purpose of the compare function is to define an alternative sort order. When the sort function compares two values, it sends the values to the compare function and sorts the value according to the returned negative, 0, or positive value. If the result is negative, A is sorted before B. So you can like read more about it. Yeah, and I'll make sure that this compare is the same as the one that is being called, which is the one. And let's hit refresh right here. Refresh. Line 26, compare is not defined. Line 26 right here. I don't know why it's not taking this one. So right here we will actually return 0. And it should be working. I don't know why it's not. So when we refresh, so these values now will always be in this order, and it's more reliable this way. The largest month will always be the first one, which is the current month. So when I refresh again, it will always be in that order, which is pretty nice. Now with that, we can now be able to set our data right here. So I can call set users to be our res.data, which is already now sorted. And then another thing, we can calculate the percentage. So right here I'll say we need another piece of state which will be our percentage. So I can say users percentage and then set users percentage. Okay, so I use a short form like this, and initially this can be 0. And then now right here I can call set users percent and we invoke it. And now right here I read the first value, the first total value, which will be available in res.data, and then I use the square bracket, I access the first object in that array, and then I read the total, so .total. So this will be our current month, and we subtract the total of the previous month, so it will be a similar thing. So I'll paste it here, only that now this will be 1. Okay, so I take the total of this month, I subtract the total of last month, and then we divide these by the total of last month. So I'll take the brackets like that, and then I'll divide that by the total of last month, which will be available in the second object. And once I divide like that, I need to multiply all of it with 100%. Okay, so again I can include another bracket right here to wrap everything, and we multiply that by 100%, or 100, meaning that we are changing it to percentage. So I go ahead and save, and this is it now. So this will set a value at our state, and we can go ahead and log that value to the console. So let me just say right here console.log of users percentage. I save, and let's see what we have. So let's refresh, and we get negative 50%, and that is because last month we had 2 users and this month we have 1 user. So this is giving us a negative value, which is working correctly. Okay, so we have those values right there. Cool. Now we have the users percentage and the total users right here. We can be able to get the total users from this array, and now we can replace our data for users. So right here at the percentage, instead of using 30, now this can be a bit dynamic by saying users percent, which will be negative 50. And then for the digits here, now for this one, I can read the value from the state. I can say users, and then this will be for the current month, the total for the current month, and then I use a question mark dot total. Now this is safely loading the total in case we don't have any array or something like that inside our array. So I'll save, and let's see what we have now for users. Look, now for users here, we have 1 user this month, and compared to last month, we have like negative 50%. So we need to advertise our application more and get more users in the platform. Pretty nice. Now we will be following the same for the orders in the next section, and now we will move a bit fast than the way we did for our users, but I hope you have understood something in this section, and let me see you on the next one. Now let us work on orders here and earnings. So we don't have an orders file right here or route, so let's go ahead and add it. So I'll say orders.js, and whatever I'll do right here, I can copy this and paste it here. So I have copied the users and pasted it here. It will be so similar. The only thing that we need to bring right here is the order from the model. and we will replace that with the order right here. The month will be the previous month, and therefore we will match or calculate everything else from here from previous month. So it's previous month and this month, and then we set a month variable to be created at, the month to be created at, and then we group depending on month and the total orders. So it's very similar to our users. So right here also I'll change this to orders, and we send the orders to the users. So orders. Now let us set a route for this. So at index.js, we need to set orders right here, and we set this to orders, and we need to bring that from our orders file. So I will edit users right here to orders. So I'll go ahead and save, and now we can just fetch that data at our summary, and you can see now this is like much easier once you understand the first one. And all we will do, we'll just copy paste the use effect here down here, just like that. We will have some piece of state just like this one. So the first one will be orders. I can just use Control D to edit them to orders, and now I change this to capital and this one to capital, so they are just so similar. Now down here at our second use effect, we will make a call to orders stroke starts, and we set the headers. We call the compare function, and we set orders here. To rest.data, and also we set the orders percentage to be this minus this one, then we divide by that, okay, and we multiply by 100. So let's go ahead and log the orders here to the console. So I'll say console.log of orders, just to make sure that we are getting something, and I'll log the orders to the console. I'll do the same for the percentage. So orders P for percentage, and here we can have orders pass, like that. So I will save, and let's go to our application, and right here we see orders percentage is 0, and orders we don't have anything. So we can check our MongoDB database for orders, and we have this created at, this is for the month. We have one for the 6th month right here. So this should have given us something. So something might be wrong. Let me confirm. So we need to fix this order to come from our models stroke order. So this might be the issue. I will save, and I'll check if I'm getting it by calling this route after disabling the admin, that is, and we get at least one. Okay, so we have this one, and then we need another one to compare it with. So I'll change the date for created date for this one to be 5. I will go ahead and update that, and now we should have at least 2 of them. So I will refresh, and now we have this for them last month and this month. Pretty nice. And now I can bring back our isAdmin right here. I had removed it to debug, so I'll say isAdmin, and I'll save. So now from our front end at our orders, we should be able to get something. So when I refresh, orders percentage is 0, but now we also have the orders right here. So we can use this data to update our data here. So I'll go ahead and go to our summary right here, and I'll just remove this. And what we will have now at our data is right here, order percentage. And right here, we will have something like this one. We read the total. So I will copy that and I will include it here. And these will be orders. Orders like that. Also, yeah, this is correct because we also have res here, res.data. That is okay. And also we use the compare function and so on. So yeah, now the order is well, and let's save and see. So now if I come, we see we have only one order this month, and the percentage here is 0%, meaning that we don't have much than last month. And if we can go ahead and make a new order, for example, I'll make sure that this is running the webhook before I make this order. I have this one, 2 of them. I'll go ahead and check out. I'll make the request real quick. Checkout success. When we go to admin, now we have 2 orders this month, and that have increased by 100%. Okay, it has like, doubled the amount. So I think it's okay. And then now let's work on the earnings here. So for the earnings, we will do the same at the orders. And we will be having a similar thing, okay? It's very similar to this one, only some things we will change. So right here, I'll duplicate this one. And let's actually use the correct comment here, order starts. And then right here, we can say, let's get the income or earning starts income. And now right here, we can have stroke income, stroke starts. And then we get the previous month like this. Now right here, we still use the order.aggregate greater than the previous month. Project, right here we set a variable for month. And also we will set another variable called our sales. And this one will be equal to the total. So this total is a property that is available in our order right here. Okay, the total for that particular order. And then we can group with the month right here, and the total here, we will sum our sales. Okay, so right here we can now use the sales. So we will sum all the sales or all the total for each month. Let's send this as income right here. I will save and go back to our summary. And now we will do the same thing as this. So I'll just go ahead and fetch the data. And now right here, we should have stroke orders, and then stroke income, and then stroke starts. We set the headers, we get back the data. And now right here, we can set our income or earnings. So I'll say income, and the set income percentage, income. And we should have this in our state. So let's go ahead and duplicate here. So right here, we will have income instead of orders. So I will edit this to income and make this to be capital and this one to be capital. So let's see when we log this to the console.log. You can have income to be income, and also actually I can just duplicate this one to income percentage, and here percentage. I just want to see if we are getting the correct data. So this is the use effect for income, and I'll save. Let's see what we get to the console. So I'll go ahead and refresh, and request failed with status of 500, income percentage is 0. So we are getting an error. Let's see if we can see the error right here. Maybe from this one. So income is not defined. Reference error. Line 67. Let's go to orders, line 67. So right here we returned income. We should have done the same here. Income. And this is now what we are sending to the front end. So I'll save and make sure this is running. So this is working now. Then let's refresh here. We check our data. So we have income percentage as 186. This one, we have the data there for previous month and this month. So now we can use that data to show the correct info right here. So let's do that at our summary. So I'll go back or scroll down, that is, to this one. This one will be income percentage, and then the data here. So I can copy this one and paste it here, and I'll make use of income like that. We get the first object and its total. I save, and now we should see the earnings here and the percentage. So yeah, that is it. So we have completed our overview here. We are comparing the data of this month and the previous month. Pretty nice, okay? Now one issue that we might have is for the month of January, which I'm realizing right now, because when we sort it, we will display the December month first and then the month of January second. And that is because of our months here, because December will be 12, meaning that it will come before 1. So that is the only place that I think we might have an issue with this one. And I think it's good that you note that. Maybe you can perform an if statement to display different message, or you'll know what to do. Just know that we might have an issue when it gets to those 2 months. But for the rest of the months, this is good enough. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Cool. Now the next step, we can create our chart right here. And for this chart, we will also be making use of the aggregation for the last 7 days. So we can have another route still at our orders for that, okay? So I can just duplicate this. It will be so similar again. And then we will get 1 week sales, 1 week sales. And then now right here we can have a route. I can say week hyphen sales is admin there. Now for this one we can have last 7 days. So I can say last 7 days, and this will be equal to moment. Then we will specify the day now, not the month. So right here we will say day to be moment.day here. And what we will do, we will subtract 7. And then we can just like format that date like that, okay? So we get the last 7 days. So what we will do right here, we'll have project day. Now here we will use day, and we will set the day of the week, day of week. So we have this operation, and we'll set that to be created at, and then we'll have sales as total. And now here we will set the ID to be day instead of month. Okay, so here we will say day, which is each day of the week, and then the total, we will sum our sales for each day, and then we can have this. So for us to test this, we can just remove wizardmin and save, and then we can try to access it at our localhost here. So these will be API stroke orders stroke week hyphen sales, and then week sales. Cool. So I hit enter here, and we get only one. So for the last 7 days, we have had only one sale. So here we will be having several objects when we have more than one sales for the last 7 days. So the next step is to show you how to work with the chart. So that is what we are going to cover on the front end here. And then we will make use of our week sale data here to display the chart. So now in this episode, I want us to display a chart right here showing earnings for the last 7 days. And we have already worked on a route for that at our orders. So you can check out the last episode or section on how we created this particular route. And this is the one that we'll be fetching data from. Now, the next thing, you need to install what we call recharts. So you need to run this command npmi recharts because this is what we will be using for our charts or for our chart. So if you go to the browser and search for recharts.org, go to examples, you can see we have different charts right here. We have simple line chart, area charts, bar charts, and you can try any of them. In this case, I'm just going to use the simple line chart. And we have an example here. So what I'll just do is copy what we have here and paste on our component. But this is using a class-based component. So therefore, I went ahead and created this functional component. We don't have anything. It's just this component, and we have some styles using styled components. So this is the container for our chart. This is just a loader with simple styles, and we are displaying nothing right here. Okay, so all we have is the word chart, which is not showing up. So it's not showing up because we should actually bring this chart into our summary just after the overview here. So right here we can have chart and make sure it's auto imported at the top. And now right here we have chart and the box for displaying our line chart. So let's go ahead and populate this component with some stuff. So the first thing, I will copy the imports right here, bring them in right here, and make sure that recharts is installed. And then I'll go ahead and copy this data right here. So I'll copy the data and I'll bring it in just after declaring our component, so I can paste it here. And then at our return, we can include whatever we have at our return right here. So I'll copy this responsive container up to this point, copy that and paste it in our styled chart. So I'll paste it here and save to auto format everything. So once I do that, once we come back here, and there we go. So we have this awesome chart right here showing PV and UV, and all we need to do is to format the data and display only one line chart right here. So I'll come back. Right here we have data key for x-axis, and I can set this one to day. So here we will be having the day of the week. So as you can see, we have two lines. We have this one and we have this one. So I'll go ahead and remove one of these. I'll remove the last one so that we only have one line. And the data key for this one will be the amount. Okay. So those data key will be read from data. So this data should be having day and should be having amount. So if I come back, this is our data, and I can remove most of this to begin with. So we have two here, and I can remove that, and I can remove that. So what we should be having is a day, and the other thing that we should be having is the amount. And then we should be having day, and we should be having amount. So this is the format of data that we should be having. Day here can be Monday, day here can be Tuesday. And if I save this, we should still see a simple line chart. And there we go. We have this simple line chart. And when I hover on this one, this point, we have Monday 4,000. Then this one we have Tuesday 3,000. Pretty nice. So since we have that, now we can get the data from our API endpoint and format it to look exactly like this, to have day and amount. And in our styled chart, actually we can include a heading. So right here I can say H3, and I can say last 7 days earnings. And you can say this is in US dollar. So I'll save, and just after this, we can fetch the data after declaring our component. And for this, we'll make use of the use effect hook. So let's bring in use effect and the use state hook. So I will import the use effect and the use state. So use state to begin with, and also use effect from React. So right here, I can have some piece of state for sales, and this will be sales for the last 7 days. Set sales like that. Then we will be having use state. This one to begin with, it will be an empty array. We can also have a loading state. So loading, and then we set loading. Set loading, and this will be our use state here. Initially, loading will be false. This is not console but const. Let's fix that. And now right here, I can call our use effect. So I can say use effect, and I invoke it, pass a function here. But also we will pass an empty array as the dependency. Now right here, I'll have an async function. So async function to help us and fetch the data. So I'll call it fetch data. So we can have the try and catch block in here. I'm going ahead and I'll copy a try and catch block from summary, like this one. I'll copy that and paste it here. Also, I will copy the compare function for us to sort. You can export this one, but I'll just copy it, paste it here so that we can use it. So let's customize whatever we have here. So we are fetching data from await Axios. We need to bring in Axios. So at the top, I'll bring in Axios, import Axios from Axios, just like that. And then the URL. So here we will have URL. We need to bring in URL actually. So I will bring the one from Strice. Then we will have orders. Then this will be week hyphen sales, like that. Set headers, we need to bring in set headers. So I'll try to delete and type it again for us to auto import it like that. And now we have our data. We compare it like that. And now I want us to create a new array using our data. And this array should have an object. The object should have the days, and also it should have the amount. So right here, instead of setting them like this, I will say const our new set of data or set of array will be equal to res.data, and then we have dot map. So map usually returns a new array. So right here we will get an item at a time, and remember this item is an object containing the day and the totals for that specific day, and the day is in form of number. So we need to find a way of changing that day into not number, but in form of words. So right here we'll be able to return something, and whatever we will do, we can define a new array, and this will be an array of days. So I'll say days will be equal to, we can start our day at Sunday, then Monday. So I'll type them out real quick, and we can always start with capitals. So we have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We don't need this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have an array of days, and we can return right here. And whatever we will return is actually an object. This object should have a day, and we will set the day to be our array of days. But then we specify the name of the day by using the item ID. So I can say item dot underscore ID, and then we will call -1. And the reason is because our day starts from Sunday, and in this array Sunday is at position 0. So this will do it. So now we have a day, and then now I'll use a comma, and I'll have amount right here, and the amount will be, we take item right here dot total, and what we will do, we will actually divide these by 100 like that, because our amount is in form of cents from Stripe. So we need to divide it by 100 to make it in dollars. And actually I think we should have done a similar thing with our amount for earnings. I don't think we did though. So for this earnings, we should have checked if these actually exist. So does this exist? If it exists, we take that amount like that, and we divide it by 100. Else we show 0 or nothing. Okay, so this is the correct way of displaying the amount for our earnings. We should have done that. I'll save, and yeah, cool. Can actually just remove these console logs. I'll save. Now back to our chart. we have returned these, and now this new data should be in form of days and amount. Okay, we should have a day and an amount. To confirm this, we can come here and console.log of new data. I'll save and I'll come back here. Let's go ahead and inspect here. I'll go to console, and we have an array of income here. Let me refresh actually. So we are getting nothing. So we should call this fetch data. After here, fetch data, we save. Let's see what we get. Okay, we get an array of one item, and you can see the day is Wednesday and the amount. So our data is in the correct form. Now that we have that, we can set our sales. So right here I can say set sales to be new data, like that. So now sales will be in that format. And now right here, instead of saying data, we can just say sales. So I remove that and say sales. I'll go ahead and save. And now we have one item right here, which is on Wednesday, which is today, the one transaction that we performed. So that is how we can like create our graph. And you can use this loading right here to show a loading state before showing our chart. And right here, before we start fetching the data, you can set loading to true. And then after you complete fetching the data and doing all of this, you can set loading to false. And you can do the same when we get an error. You can also have an error state and so on. And now this data, we don't need it, so I remove that. And you can dynamically display here. So loading. So right here I can include a React fragment at the beginning and at the end here. And I'll copy this chart, cut it, and if you're not showing the order, then we are showing that chart. Okay, and now right here you can say loading chart. I'll save, and this is how you can show a loader in case it's loading else chart. And this is the style for the loader, nothing much. So if we refresh loading chart, and once it's loaded, we have it here. Pretty nice. So that is it for the chart. If we had more transaction, it would have shown. Now it's showing only one. And right here, we can display the recent transactions. So now, right here on the side, we can show the latest transactions. And for that, we can go ahead and create a route at our orders file. Okay. So at our orders, before we get the stats, we can have a route here for get orders. So right here, I have a router, and then .get. This will be the route path. We pass is admin to make sure that the user is an admin. We should have done the same for this one. I think we forgot. We should make sure that this is an admin fetching the week's data. Now, right here, we will have an async callback function with access to request and response. So this should be an arrow function, and we can have a try and catch block. So right here, we can send the error to the client, status code 500, then .send error. Also, you can log the error to the console. And right here is where we are supposed to get the data from the database. So we will be passing a query for the new or the latest transactions. So right here, we can say let const query be equal to request dot query and then dot new. So right here, we will say const orders will be equal to, we will perform a check if query exists, then we will await our order dot find. We will sort this by ID. So I'll say let underscore ID be equal to -1. This will give us the latest transactions first. Then right here we can limit to 4 orders only. Else we will have another await like this one up to this point where we won't have the limit. So I'll just copy that and paste it here. And then down here we can just use res.send status. Okay, res.status actually. The code will be 200, meaning okay, and then .send our orders, just like that. So this will be orders. Now the next thing is to fetch the data and show them on the UI. So I have this transactions component, which I have populated with this code. We can go through it. It's pretty straightforward. So right here I'm bringing in style components, use effect and use state, set headers and the URL, axios and moment. And then we have the piece of state is orders, and set orders is loading, and set is loading. So this is the use effect for fetching our orders. And right here, you'll notice that we are now including our query param, which is new to true. We make sure we also set the headers and we set the orders to the data that we get back, which will be for orders if they are there. Else we have console log, and also we have this set loading to true, and we can set it to false when we have completed fetching the data. So right here we can set loading to false, and also here loading to false. Okay, we have loading at the end here, so it will run either way, so we don't need it there. Actually, it's at the end after our error. Cool, pretty nice. Now down here we have these styled transactions, and these are the styles: a background color, a padding, and a border radius. We are making use of is loading here to show that transactions are loading, else we are showing the latest transactions. Now right here we can show a single transaction. Actually, we can just like log these orders to the console and see if we are getting them. So console.log of orders, and also make sure that we hook our transactions to our summary component right here. So down here inside our side stats, so we can have our transactions. So we bring it in from summary components, just like that. I save and let's see what we have. Can't resolve, e-commerce, front-end, admin. Okay, we have an issue. So it's complaining about moment, and we will actually need moment to format the transactions dates. So right here, I can just go ahead and install it, npm I moment. So I don't know how it's typing down here, but I'm sure if I type this, hit enter, it will install moment. And for now, let's comment it out, save, and see what we have here. I will refresh, and we see if we are getting the latest transactions. So at the console, we have this array here, and we get the 3 transactions that are there: delivery status pending, payment status paid. Then we have array of products. So it's fetching our orders. So let's just complete this. So I'll bring back moment since it's already installed now. And down here, after our heading, I will include now our transaction component, but we should actually first map through the data. So right here, I'll say orders, then dot map, and we get an order at a time, and also we have the index. I can return our transaction component, which is a thread component transaction here, and these are the styles, so you can check them out like this. And right here we should have a key. The key will be our index, and then in here we can display our different details for this particular order. So the first paragraph here, we will have the name of the customer, which will be available in order, and then dot shipping, and then dot name. For the other one, we show the amount. Here we need to perform some calculation. So the amount will be available in order dot total, but we divide this by 100 to make it in dollars and not cents. And we also use this method dot to local string for it to have commas for a number more than 3 digits. And then right here we'll have another paragraph. Now for this paragraph, we'll make use of moment to format the date. So I'll say moment, and then we invoke it and pass order dot created at right here. And we say right here, from now, this is a moment method. This is created at like that. And now this transaction, you can see it's a display of recs for them to be side by side, and some other few styles right there. So I'll save and see what we have. So these transactions should show something. There we go. Latest transactions. So we have the name, the amount, and there the time. So for the amount, we can actually include a $ in front here, like that. So I'll save, and now this is having $ there. So we have latest transactions, we have earnings for the last 7 days, we have an overview, and down here what you can show is all time data, like the totals for everything. So I'll add a new file at our summary components, and I'll call it all time data.jsx. I use stateless functional component all time data. Down here I'll paste the styled components because obviously I don't want to keep typing the CSS. But right here we pass a React fragment, and we can call this all time data at our summary just after the transaction right here. So I can say all time data. I click on this one to auto import it and save. So for all time data right here, the main, this will be the wrapper for this component. So I can say main, these are the styles, and right here we can have a h2 or a h3, and I'll say all time, and then we will have an info component, and these are the styles. So right here I'll have the first one, info. In our info we will have a title, and for the first one we'll have users, and right here we will have the data. So right here I can say 200. So title, data. So these are the styles. We flex one here, we flex one here, and a font weight for this one. Pretty easy. So this is the first. We'll have another one we can have for products, orders, earnings. So this can be products, this can be orders, this can be earnings. Now earnings is the only tricky one, which you need to use aggregation, and therefore I'll leave it up to you to figure it out for your own practice. Okay, so you can use aggregation to get total earnings from the beginning and display it here. For these ones you can get all products, show them here, get all orders, show them here, get all users, show them here. So how you can do that? Now this is Redux, so we need to make use of the use selector hook from React Redux. So I'll import the use selector hook from React Redux. Right here we need to initialize it and get the products. So I can say const. Here I'll destructure the items from the use selector hook. These will have the state, and whatever we will return is state dot products. So right here I can say state dot products, and I will remove console logs for transaction. I don't like having so much console logs. So right here we can just log the items to the console dot log of items. I'll save, and we should get the products to the console. But first of all, we need to bring in styled components, otherwise it will throw an error. So import styled from styled components. Now let's see. I'll inspect, and right here, console, we have an array of 2 items, and these are actually our products. Pretty nice. Now this is the all-time data here, and for products we get them from the state like this. So I can just display them right here. So I can just say items dot length, and that will get us the total number of items. So I'll just remove that and save. So products we get 2. You can do the same for users and the same for orders, but for earnings you use aggregation, and we have done aggregation right here. So I'll leave this for your own practice, and for us to fetch all users and orders using Redux, we will be doing that next, because we need to work on products, orders, and the rest. So we have completed our summary right here. Pretty nice. Now we will continue. First of all, we will work on this navbar, and then proceed to maybe products, where we can show a data table right here and perform CRUD operations for products like editing, viewing a single product, and also deleting a product. So right now I want us to work on our side navbar here to look much better, to have some icons, and also to create a route for the products table, which will be a list. So first of all, I'll fix the top nav. As you can see that it is leaving some space here, and for that I just need to go to app.css, and at this navbar class I will add a position of sticky, and then top will be 0. I'll save that, and that should do it. So now when I scroll, this navbar is sticky. So when I scroll, it's fixed. When I'm not scrolling, it's position relative. so it's still occupying that space. And then for the styling of this, we can add some icons before them. So I will go to components, then admin, then the dashboard. This is why we had these sidebar or Side-Nav, and then I can add an icon before each one of them. So let's bring in the icons. So right here I will import far users. I'll have far store. I will have far clip board, and then I will have far tachometer, and all these will come from React icons. So these will come from React icons. And then now, before our summary, we can show that our far tachometer like that, and we leave some spacing between them. And then for products, we will have far store, and we leave some space between them. So I'll have one more nav link here for orders and another one for users. So for this nav link, we will go to admin and then stroke orders right here. So this is a route that we need to also register, which we will do. So right here we can say orders, and right here we will have far clipboard for orders, and then these will be users. So I'll change this to user, and here we will have our users. This one will now be far users, just like that. And now I can save and see what we have. So far clipboard is not exported from React icons, so let me check on that. Okay, we should include stroke far here. So I save, and hopefully we solve that issue. So this should be tachometer alt. So I'll highlight it, edit even the one that is here, and I'll include alt at the end. Save. Now there we go. So we have our routes with the different icons, but we don't have routes for order and for users. So we will fix that in a few. So I'll add some few styles to make them bigger and include some spacing, also arrange them well. So at this A tag right here, after the font size, we'll add a display of flex, and then I'll align items to the center, and then we will have a font weight of 700, which is bold. And then in here we will have SVG, and we will add margin to the right of 0.5 rem, and also we will add a font size of 18 px. This should be 0.5, and I'll save. So now it's much bigger. Another thing, I'll go to the active link. Remember, we are displaying link active and link inactive. These are class names available in our app.css, and I'll scroll at the very bottom here. So for this, I'll add a border to the left. So I'll say border to the left, and we can have 3px solid, and then this color hash 4b7oe2. Then I'll add padding to the left of 5px, and I'll add border radius of 2px. So when I save this will give us this indicator right here on the side. So this looks much better, pretty nice. Now let's register the routes for orders, for users, and also a route for products. So for that we need to go to app.js, and to start with the products, we already have this route right here that goes to create product. But again, when we load the route, we need to have a default route here. This is how we add that default route. We can say route, and we call it the index. So we pass an index prop, and we pass an element that we should display in here. Okay, so let's create that element or component. So inside our admin, I'll add a new file. This file, actually I'll add a new folder called list. In here we can have the different lists. First of all, we'll have products list.jsx, hit enter, then status functional component. We have our products list here, then right here I can just say list to begin with. And now this component is the one that we can display right here. So I can say products list right here. Click on that and I save. Now when I go to the products, you see we are able to see this list. And now right here we can be able to display a data table. And now this is the default when we load these products. But we also have this create, which goes to product/create. Pretty nice. Now we need a route for orders. So we'll create one down here. We already had a file. We already had a file in our admin called products. So inside our admin, we can add orders.jsx. Also, we can add another file for our users.jsx. And now let's just go to the list here, copy this. Actually, it's easier if we just create the component, stateless functional component, users, and then right here, users. I save that orders here, stateless functional component, orders, and then in here, orders. So we will create data tables for each of these later on. Now we just need these components to register our routes. Still inside this admin, we can have more routes right here. So I have a route. I can duplicate this one actually. So I duplicate it twice, 1, 2. This one, the path will be users, and then right here, these will be orders. So right here, we can pass our users. I click on this one. Here, we can pass our orders. I save. Now, when I go to the app, go to orders, we get orders, users, we get users. So we no longer get 404. Pretty cool. So now the next thing is to work on our products list. So now I want us to work on a data table right here for our products. And when you search for material UI table, you will see React table component. So everything is actually already created for us. We just need to customize and pass our data to the table. So right here, you can see content. We have basic table. It looks like this. So this doesn't have the filters and so on. but we also have this data table which has filters. We can even search right here. So filter, for example, we can search Rossini, so we get only one. We can clear filter and so on. So this table is already there, we just need to customize it. So you can select this, show the full source code. It's becoming tough to copy, but I can use this copy. And now right here I already have some styled components, but what I will replace is from this point up to this point, up to the top, I think here, and paste everything. Now I still have the styled components being imported and everything else. And down here I'll just change this to products list. So I'll say products list, and first of all I'll save. Let's see what we have right here. So can't resolve some stuff, so we need to install Material UI and other dependencies. So I can scroll at the top, getting started, overview, actually installation here, and we need to run this npm I. We install Material UI, emotions stroke react, emotions stroke styled. So I'll copy that, then I will open my terminal here, down here, make sure I'm in the front end and paste everything, hit enter to install those. So it completed installation, but we are still getting this, so I'll just copy this one and I'll also install it. So I'll say npm I, paste it there, hit enter. As this installs, we can work on something else right here at our components. We can add a new folder called details. So here we can display details about a product, about an order, or even a user profile. So let's create those files. So right here I can have product.jsx, status functional component, product. Then right here you can have like a single product details. Okay, we'll work on them later on. For now, let's just create the files. So we'll have another one for order. So order.jsx. I can copy what we have here and paste it here. And this will be order. Okay, I forgot to select multiple. I'll save that. We can have another one for user profile or user. So user profile dot .jsx, and right here I can paste that. Let's say user profile. So I'll save. Now I'll come back and let's refresh here. So for some reason it's not working. So okay, what I'll do, I'll stop this and I'm going to start the server again. And there we go. So I'll go to products, and now we have this data table. So it's working, and we just need to get our own data to this particular data table. Cool. So I will come back to our code, and we actually completed these ones for now. So let's remove them. And at our products list, so we will modify what our rows contains, and also we'll modify what our columns contains. So I'll start with the rows. So we need to get the data from our Redux store for the products, okay? So for that, we will bring in the use selector hook. So I will import the use selector hook, and right here we will have const with the structure items, and this will come from, okay, we set this to be equal to use selector. We'll have access to the state right here, and we can return state dot products, and from that we retrieve our items. Now right here I will redefine our row. So we have our rows here, but I will remove all this and I'll redefine it inside our component right here. So right here I'll say const rows will be equal to, we check if items actually exist. So items end items dot map, and from here we'll get an item at a time, and we can return something. So we will return an object. So I will say return an object. This object will have an ID. The ID will be item dot underscore ID, and then we will have image URL. This will be available in item dot image dot URL. We will show the product name, so I can say p name, and this will be item dot name, and then we will have p desk for description, and this will be item dot desk, and then we'll have the price, and this will be item dot price, and dot, we use dot to local string and invoke it. So these ID, image, URL, pname, pdesk, and price should match the fields for our columns, okay? So let's fix them. So I can bring these columns inside our component. It's out here, but there is no problem when you bring it in here. Now the first field will be an ID, like this. The header name will be ID, and since we are getting a very long string from MongoDB for the ID, you can use a width of 220 px, like that. And then the field here, this one will be for image, so we can say right here image URL. So this image URL should match this field right here, so that it will be displayed below that column. I hope that makes sense. And then this will be the product image, so you can say image, the width can be 80, the image will be just a small one, like that. And we can edit further and display our own tags for this particular image. So right here I can use a comma, and down here what I will have is I'll have render cell. We have this property, and this is what will be rendered below this particular column. So we can have access to params right here, and these params will actually contain the data from our row. So we can have something like params.row.image URL and be able to display that image, okay? So that is what is happening here. So right here we can return as an arrow function, and I'll say return whatever I return here is our image container, which I have styled down here using styled components. It's just this image container is a div, then the image styles in here. So right here we will have img, and for this img we should have the src, and for this one we'll set it to be equal to params and then .row, and we can target now our image URL here. So I can say .image URL. You can have an alt. For my case, I'll just set it to be blank. Now let's go down here. These will be pname or product name. Header, you can have it as just name. Width 130 is good. Then we will have a field for pdesk for description. Header here will be description, and we don't need the type, so I'll move the type. Width can be the same as that of name, which is 130. Okay, cool. Now we need one for the price, so I can duplicate this right here, and this one we will use it for actions. Okay, so right here we can have the price. This will be price. Width can be 80. Then this one will be actions. So this is an extra column which will not include our raw data. So as you can see, for row we ended price, which is represented by this. So this will be just an extra column with buttons, for example, to delete a product. So header name here will be actions. We don't need a description, so I will remove that. Okay, sortable can be false, since these are just buttons. And the width can be 170, not bad. And then right here we will have render cells like this, so I can copy this one and paste it here. So instead of this, I will include this. So right here we will have some buttons, so we will return the action component, which is our styled component down here. So actions looks like this. It has a button with those styles, and then we have the styles for delete button and for the view button. So we will make use of them in here. So right here, actions, we will have delete. So for now we can just display them without the functionality. So right here we can display view. So I will save this and let's preview our table. So I'll come back, and this is what we have. So we have the ID, we have the image, the name, description, price, and also actions right here. So actions has the written view. Later on we will also have edit right here. Okay, so for now we can just work with this to begin with. So now I want us to perform the delete operation and the view operation. For these operations we need some backend API, and at our backend products we already had two routes, one for creating a product, the other one for getting all the products. So let's just go through the get here for one product, and this is super simple. So this is the path. We pass an ID through our request.params. So we can access the ID through request.params.id, and we use product.findById to get a single product and send that product to the client. And then for deleting a product, we also pass an ID when calling the route, and we can find a product by using findById, and we pass request.params.id, just like we are doing here. And then we will check if this product actually exists in the database. If this product doesn't exist, then we send an error of product not found, else we proceed. So remember, we have an image, and we first need to destroy or delete that image from Cloudinary. So right here, I am calling await cloudinary.uploader, and we have a method called destroy, and whatever we pass is the public ID from our product image. Okay, so we get this product.image.public ID, and once it's deleted, we will have a response. If a response exists, then we can find a product by ID and delete it. So once we delete the information in the database, so right here we are deleting the image from Cloudinary, and then right here, once we complete that process, we are deleting the product from MongoDB database and then sending the deleted product to the client. Else we log an error right here. So for editing, we will go through it once we get there. Okay, so let's just make use of these routes, and we'll start with the easiest, which is getting a single product. So for that, first of all, I'll save this file, and I'll go to our product.jsx file. So here I also included some styled components, which we'll go through. I don't want to keep on typing the CSS, and as we proceed, we'll check at each of them. Okay, so first of all, we need to do this. Okay, when we click view, we load that single product component, and for us to do that, we need a route handler for it. So let's go to app.js and register a route. So maybe after admin or before admin, we can have another route, and for this one, we will have stroke product, and then we will have stroke full colon ID, and then the component here will be our product. So make sure you bring in the product from the details. So components details. Now these will be similar for orders and for user. So here we'll have order, and here we will have user. Remember, these are the files that we created right here at our details, order, product, and user profile. So right here, whatever we will load is the user profile, user. It's not being suggested, but we should have user profile. Here we should have order. Is order being suggested? No. We'll have order. Let's bring in those components. So right here, I'll duplicate these twice. Instead of product, we will have order. Instead of product here, okay, I should have selected multiple. We will have user profile, and okay, something is wrong. Okay, at the end here, okay, so messed up. At the end here, we include these. That should have worked. Okay, you also need from. Cool. Now I don't know why they were not suggested, but if we have any issues, we will know as we proceed, so don't worry. So we have registered 3 routes for product, order, and user. So I'll go ahead and save that file. Now, when we go to our product list, at this view, we can include an onClick event. So right here, I'll say onClick, and we will make use of the use navigate hook, which we need to actually initialize. So let's go to the top and let's bring in the use navigate hook. Use navigate from React Router DOM, like that, and we invoke it and we set it to const navigate. So const navigate will be equal to use navigate. So that will initialize the hook, and we can make use of this navigate down here. So right here, and we'll just call our navigate now, invoke it, and pass the path. So I'll use the backticks so that I can read the product ID. And right here we'll have stroke product, and then we will have stroke. We include our money sign and the curly brackets, and we pass params, and then dot row, and then dot ID. So this will get the ID of that particular product, since we are setting the ID to be item._ID. And then it will take us to our product component, where we can be able to fetch a product depending on the params. So for us to get the params for that particular product, or the ID of that particular product, we have another hook called use params. Okay, so that is what we will use. So right here, we'll bring in the use params hook from React Router DOM, and we can initialize it like this. Const params will be equal to use params, like that. Okay, and now these params can have our ID, so we can safely display our params here dot ID, which will be the product ID. So I will save, and then let's test this out. So styled is not imported. Let's bring in styled components here. So I will import styled from styled components, and okay, there we go. Now when we click on view, we get to a single product, and as you can see, we have the ID of the product here, and we have it also here. Pretty nice. Now with this, we can easily fetch the data using this ID from the backend. So let's do that. So for simplicity, what I can do is I can go to summary and copy one of the use effects. So I'll go here, copy one of these use effects. I'll copy that one, come back here, and right here we can make use of it and also bring it in. So I'll import use effect from React. So right here, let's bring in use effect from React. Also, we will need some form of state. So let's also bring in the use state hook. So use state. Now right here, we can actually define the state. So we'll say const product and set product. And then right here, we'll set this to be equal to use state. And initially, this can be an empty object. So we have our product there. You can also include a loading state if you want. We set this to use state. We invoke it. Initially, it will be false. Okay, false. And now, when we start fetching this, we can set loading to true. when we complete down here, we can set loading to false again. Now let's customize this fetch. So we'll have axios.get the URL which we need to bring in. So I'll say URL again here and bring it from the traces. Then we will have stroke products, and then we will have stroke find, and then we will have our ID. So we will get the ID from our params. So I can say params.id. We need to bring in the headers again. So I'll bring it from slices, just like that. We don't need to sort the data. I remove the sort functionality. Then we set product here. We don't need to set the percentage. I remove that. So when the component loads, we'll fetch the product and set it to be in our state. So let's log it to the console. So I'll say console.log of our product. I'll save and let's make sure that it's working. So I'll go back. Axios is not defined. Let's bring in Axios. So I'll import Axios from Axios and then save. So now I'll inspect and go to console. And now right here we have product being loaded. And when we check at it, we have the description, we have the image, the thumbnail, the price, and so on. So we can now be able to get the product from state and be able to show it on the UI. So this is how we fetch a single product and display more details about it. So let's go ahead and now cover our JSX. So right here, the parent component will be styled product. So I can say styled product. These are the styles right here. You can copy them. And then now in here, I will display the product container in here. So right here, I can say product container. And in here, I can use our loading state. So I'll say loading. So if it's loading, then we'll just display a p tag saying loading. Just like that. Else, we will show our product details. So that include the image. So right here, I'll pass the image container. Image container. And what we will have side by side to this image container is the product details. So I'll say product details like that. And the styles for these components are down here. These are the styles for the product container, styles for the image, and then the styles for the product details. So image will have a flex of 1, this flex of 2, meaning it will be bigger right here. Then we have some styles for the price, so you can also add that. Now, right here, I'll save to auto format first. And then now in the image, I can have my image img. And the source will be available in our product from the state. Then .image. Then we use this question mark to safely load the URL. The alt can be product or any other name. And then now right here, we have product details. We'll start by h3 and we can show the product name here. So I'll say product.name. And then we'll have a paragraph for the brand. So I'll say here we'll have a span. And we will say brand. I will use a full colon, and right here I can display product dot brand. We will have a description, so I'll duplicate this one. The span here will be description, and then right here we will have product.desk. I think this span is already styled also. For product details h3 p span, so it's bold, so that is why we are including it there. And then finally we can show the price, and for the price we can use a money sign there, and then show the price here, which will be available in product.price, like that. And if this exists, we can use .to local string to display commas if we have more than 3 digits and we invoke it. So .to local string, like that. Product price .to local string. Now finally we need to add a button, and for this button we will use it to add a product to cart. So I'll say button. Right here we'll give the button a class name, so I'll say class name. Okay, not here. Here we should have add to cart. Then right here we can have a class name, and we will have product, and then hyphen add hyphen to hyphen cart. And then we will have an on-click event, so I'll say on-click. And whatever we'll be doing, we can call a handler, a function handler here, which is handle add to cart, and we pass in our product. Handle add to cart, we pass our product. So we don't have this function yet, so let's create it before our return statement. So we can say const handle add to cart. So these will be an arrow function which will receive the product, and here we will be performing a dispatch. So I'll say dispatch, and let's initialize the dispatch. So right here we will have const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch from React Redux and invoke it. So now we can be able to make use of it here, and whatever will dispatch is the add to cart action creator. So add to cart, and we pass our product. I don't know why it was not suggested. And then down here we will navigate to the cart, so I'll say navigate to the cart after adding the product to cart. So we need to initialize the navigate and bring in this. So now at the top here, now right here I'll say const navigate will be equal to use navigate. This is from React Router DOM, and invoke it. Then we still don't have add to cart. So if I start typing it here, I get this add to cart from slices. I click it and it's auto imported. So now I can remove that, and down here it's still having an issue. I don't know why. Okay, I found the issue. This is supposed to be an arrow function. Cool. So I will save. There we go. So now when we click that button, we should be adding the product to cart, but the style is not being applied for this one. Let's confirm. So we have this simple button. So first of all, I can click on it, and we have an issue. So the navigate is not working correctly. So right here I can include a /. I'll save. Then I'll try again, add to cart, increased product quantity because it already exists in the cart. So that is working fine. I can remove. So that is working, okay? The add to cart button. So if you want to style it, you can go to app.css, and then you scroll to where we have our product, and we have this button. So what you can do, you can just include a comma and paste this class name there. Then you can add more styles. So I can specify that class name again, and I will add a width here of auto, and then I will add padding. Top and bottom will be 0, left and right will be 2 rem, and then we can add some margin to the top of 0, and I'll save. Now when I come back, this looks much better. And the rest, we can display the title, the brand, the description. If you had more details about the product, you can show them here. And in future, we will add a functionality for reviewing a particular product. So we can add like product reviews or ratings. So for now, for our products, when we come here and click on view, we can view that specific product. And when we click on this one, we can also view that specific product and add it to cart. Pretty nice, okay? Now let's work on delete. Now for delete, we'll be making use of Redux toolkit. So we need to go to our slices and define an action creator. So right here, I'll go to slices, then products slice. Now we had products fetch, we had products create, and all we can do is to add a products delete. So what I can do, I can duplicate this one down here, and I will have products delete. Create a sync thank products. This will be products delete. Then right here, we'll pass the ID of the product that we want to delete, and then we will try. We have a response await axios.delete, like that. Then here we will go to URL stroke products, and then we also pass the ID right here. Right here, we are not passing any values to the backend, so I remove that, but we also set the headers. Right here, we return response.data, and we catch the error. Now, the next step is to just add that to state. So from here, from pending to fulfilled to rejected, I will duplicate those. And then we will correctly update the state. But first of all, we can add a delete status right here. We already have create status. You can also have delete status in case you want to show the error messages and so on. Delete status. Initially it will be null. And down here, now instead of products create, I should start here. We will have products delete. So I will change all this to delete. So let's start with pending here. Products delete.pending state, then action. Now when it's pending, the delete status will also be pending, so I update that. That is good. Now products delete.fulfilled state action. Okay, here we were just pushing the product to our items array when creating one, but now we need to exclude it. So instead of doing this, I will remove that, and this is what we will do. We will make use of the filter and create a new array here. So I'll say const new list will be equal to state dot items and then dot filter. Right here, const. For this, we will get an item at a time and we will perform a check. All we will do, we will say item and then dot underscore ID is not equal to action dot payload dot underscore ID. Remember, this is our deleted product. So when we perform this check, it will basically be excluded from our new list right here. Now we can just update the state by saying state dot items will be equal to new list, like that. This state dot delete status will be successful, and then we can toast right here. We can say toast.error so that we have an error, a red message, and we can say product deleted. Now down here we have rejected, then we just update this to delete status to rejected. So I'll save. So now we have an action creator and we are correctly updating the state. All we need to do is to dispatch it. We will do that from our products list right here. So right here, we'll have an onClick event and we will call handle delete, and we pass the ID, which is this one, params.row.id. I'll copy that and paste it here. We don't have this function, we can create it right here. So I can say const handle delete will be equal to an arrow function which is receiving the ID, and right here we will perform a dispatch. So I'll say dispatch and we will dispatch the product delete. So we don't have them yet, so let's initialize dispatch right here. Const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch. We invoke that. So now we have dispatch, and then right here if I start typing products delete, you get it here. I click on it to auto import it, invoke it and pass the ID. So this should delete that product. So let's test it out. I'll come back here. Let's try to delete this thumb. Delete. So when I click, you can see the way it's selecting this row instead of deleting it. So we can come here, down here. You can disable selection on click. Also, if you want to disable the column selection, those checkbox, you can remove this. So for now, I'll just add this and let's see. So now when I click delete, it should not select this row. Actually, it is still selecting the row. Now what's wrong? Now it is not, and the product is okay. Whoa, what happened? So this should be called only on click. So I should have included another function like this. That way. And let's add a product right here. I'll choose a file, iPhone. I'll create it. Product created. I'll change it to a Galaxy here. Samsung Galaxy. Submit. It's created. Now we have them here. And also, if we go to our table, products, we have them here. Okay, they are gone. Whoa. So something is still wrong. Sorry for this. For now, let me include console.log of deleting. I'll save. And I don't know why it's behaving this way. Let me refresh the entire app. I'll create a new product now. And then I'll create submit. It's created. I'll create multiple with the same descriptions. I don't know. And see if they are deleted. So we have here, and at the console, if we click delete, deleting, view, viewing. Okay, let's see if this will work. I will save. I will refresh. We have our products. Let's try to delete the first one. Deleting. And deleted one. Okay, I don't know why it was misbehaving, but now it's working well. So cool. I'll save that now. And now we have implemented delete and view. Next, we are going to implement edit of a particular product. Now for the edit, we will have a model pop-up, and then we will have a form similar to this one for us to edit the product. So you can go to Material UI, and for that model pop-up, you can search here for dialog. Search for dialog. Then you'll have this. Click on it. And then right here you'll see basic dialog. When you click open simple dialog, you get this model pop-up. We have alerts. What I want is this form dialogs. So when I click on open form dialog, we get this. So we'll just take this and replace the content of our dialog with our form for creating a product. So right here you can click on show code and then copy that. So back here, we will create a new file inside our admin, and we can call it edit product.jsx, and I'll paste what I have here. Now we will see export default function form dialog. I can replace this one with edit product. I save, and then here at the product list, between the delete and the view, we can have that component, which is edit product, like that. And when I save and go to my shop here, I will hit refresh. Okay, we don't see it. It's here, but it's a bit too big, and it's even making the view button to disappear. But when I click on it, you see we have it here. So we just need to customize this particular button, and that is super easy. So we go back to edit product, and this is the button that is opening that dialog. So what I can do, I can replace it with my own button. So I can say edit. It won't have any variant. And then right here, I'll just say edit, like that. Now I can style this using styled components. So at the very top, let's bring in styled components. And down here, I can style that edit button. So I don't want to keep typing. I'll just paste the styles. So these are the styles for that edit button. I'll go ahead and save. And then now look, we have this simple edit button. And when you click on it, it opens this dialog. So let's customize this dialog. So I'll scroll. Right here we have the button. Then here we have the title for the dialog. We can say edit product. And then right here we have dialog content. And inside the content, this is where I want us to have our form, which is similar to our create product form. Okay, so I will remove the content and then come to create product and copy our styled create product up to this point. So I'll copy that. So if you don't have this code, it's available on GitHub, okay? If you haven't been like following along, but I'll copy it and paste it here inside the dialog content. I'll save to auto format. Now this is what we have. We have the styled create product, which is a styled component. We'll copy it from the create product. Then our styled form with a heading, input field for selecting image, for selecting a brand, a name, a price, and a short description. Then we have the submit button and we cross this form. Then we have a component for image preview. So let's copy these components from create product down here. So I will copy these styles, copy, then I'll come to our edit product, paste them below the button. So you can rename them if you want, e.g. instead of styled create product, styled edit product, and reuse them here. Like that. Also make sure this is styled edit. And then these are the styles here. Styled form will look like this. Image preview will be like this. So right now it will throw some errors. For example, set name is not defined, set price is not defined. So we need to set the state and include some stuff at the top here. And we have all those in our create product, okay? So I'm copying most of this stuff from here. So for example, we need all this state. We need to handle image upload, transform the file, and then handle the submit. So I'll copy everything from here at the top, copy, and then I'll come back to our edit product, and maybe after these set open, I will paste them there. So let's see what we have copied. We have this dispatch, use dispatch. You have state for the product image, the name, the brand, the price, and the description. And then we have a console log here. Can maybe remove it. And then we have handle product image upload, which is getting the file and then calling this function. So this file is after selecting and then calling this function to transform the file to base 64, and we set it to be in our state. And then after that we handle the submit by sending the product to the backend. So far so good. Now we will be customizing this further, but for now I think I can go ahead and save, and let's see what we have. So all these are not defined. Let's bring in use state. We bring in all this, okay, use dispatch and so on. So right here I will import use dispatch. From React Redux, Let's bring in use state from React. Then I will remove the dialog content text and the text field since we are not using them. And then when handling the submit, I will comment out this and save. Now let's see. Primary button is not defined, line 103. So let's go to line 103. We have primary button, submit. I think it should be defined. Didn't we copy it from here? Okay. So where did we get this primary button from? Did we import it? Okay, we imported it from somewhere. Common styled. So I'll just copy the import and bring it in. Save. Now let's see. An error occurred. Let me refresh. Now when I click on edit, now we get this form right here, and we can be able to choose a file. We can be able to select the brand and also this. So pretty nice. We can make it bigger. So by that, I just need to go to right here where we have this dialog after the return. So we have open, open, on close, and close. And then now right here, we include full width to be equal to true. And then right here, max width to be equal to MD. So this should be curly bracket. So MD means medium. So I can save, and now when I click on this, it's much bigger. Pretty nice. So this is working. Now we need to figure out a way of populating this particular form using our data, our already existing data. So for that, we will pass an ID when we click edit. Okay. So we can come to our create. Okay. I'm actually like done with this one. I can close it. So I'll come to product list, and then right here, I can pass our params row ID to this edit product as a prop. So right here I can say prod ID will be equal to our params row ID. Now I'll save, and then when we come to our edit product, we can be able to receive that ID via props. So right here, we can receive our prod ID. So this should be destructured from props like that. Now, when we click and open, this is the function that is called whenever we click edit, whenever we click this edit button, and it will call handle click open. So it's calling this one. So right here, we can make use of that ID and filter our product from our list of products. So to get the list of products, we need to bring in our use selector hook and destructure items from our use selector. We have access to state, and here we return state dot products. Now we can like use this product ID to get our item from items. So down here, we can do the magic here. We can say let selected prod or product be equal to items dot filter, and we invoke it, we get an item at a time, and right here we can be able to return item dot underscore id, where this item dot underscore id will be equal to our product id. So the item that IDs are equal here will be returned to our selected product. But now this selected product will be in form of an array, since filter returns an array. So we can just get that from our array. So I can reset selected product to be equal to selected product, and then we pass the curly brackets and 0. And I don't know why this is being couldn't find name. So I think okay, I used prod ID. I think it's that. Yeah. So now right here, I can log these to the console dot log of selected product. I'll save. Now when we come here and inspect here, we console. So right now we don't have anything, and we have a lot of warnings. Anyway, when I click edit, look, we open the model, but also we are getting this product at our console, the product that we selected. Now we can create a piece of state for the current product and fill our form with whatever we have. So let's do that. So I'll come at the top right here. I'll add some piece of states. The first one will be for our current product, the selected product. So I'll say const current prod set current prod, and initially these will be an empty object, so I'll make use of the use state, pass an empty object here. And then another thing is that for our preview image, we will be using a different piece of state from our product image. Okay, so right here I'll create another piece of state for the preview image, and I'll say const preview img, and I'll call set preview img, all these to be equal to use state. Initially these can be an empty string. So we have two images, piece of state. You'll see how we will use them. Okay, you will understand all of it by the way. So for now, let's just focus on this current product. So down here, instead of logging it to the console, I will just say set current product to be our selected product, and then I'll populate the other pieces of states. So that includes the name, the preview image, the brand, the price, and so on. So right here, I can say set the preview image to be our selected product, and then dot image, and then dot URL. And I can actually copy this selected product. I'll be using it multiple times. And then we will set the product image to be empty right here. So when we open this, we'll set the product image to be empty, but the preview image will be having that image URL. Okay, and then right here we'll set the brand to be selected product.brand, and then we will set the name to be selected product.name, and then we will set the price to be selected product.price. So if you have a lot of properties, you can like include them in an object, but for my case, since they are not too many, so I can just type them out like this. Okay, so let's have selected this .desk. So what have we done? We have set our state to be the selected product. So all this state will be populated with that. And another thing that we need to do is to link our state to our form fields. Okay. So by that, we mean that we set a value for each of them. So we will not set a value for input field for selecting the image, but for select here, after on change, we can have a value plop, and we set it to our piece of state, which is brand. So when I do this and save, let's see what we have. I'll click edit, and look, the brand is already populated with iPhone. Since we clicked on iPhone, this is iPhone. When I click, we have iPhone. Since this value is already available in state, and we set it like this, so this is now like a controlled input field. And then we do the same for this one. We set value to be name. We do the same for this one. We set value to be price. We do the same for this one. We set value to be desk. Now when I save and come back, now look, we have iPhone 106. So it's working. Let's refresh. Okay, the components are gone. So everything is fine. And we can try to edit. And we edit that piece of state. We edit that piece of state. We edit that piece of state. So pretty nice. What about our preview image? So for the preview image, we can come down here, and so instead of using product image, we will use the preview image. Okay, so right here we'll have preview img, and I think it's time I tell you why we are not using product image there. And the reason is because when we select an image, it is converted to base 64 a string, right? So that is what we try and save to Cloudinary. But when we already have the image and we set it to the state like this, we are just having a URL from Cloudinary. So this is not something that we can upload again to the database. So that is why I avoided using it here, so that we remain with the functionality of selecting this and having the base64 image right here. And then when we send this data to the backend, if we have this, if this is available, we upload it to Cloudinary. If it is not available, we ignore it and we don't perform any Cloudinary operations. So that is why we have like two different of them. This will be for base64, which we upload to Cloudinary. This is just for preview to see what image we currently have. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, so far so good. All we need to do now is get the data from our state and send that data to the backend. Since we can show the data, we can edit it, and now all remains is to make the HTTP request to the backend. So for that, we will need to create a product slice. So we will come back here and I'll just duplicate the create one down here. So I'll scroll down here and this will be product, edit, create a sync tank. This will be edit, product edit, or product edit. You can name whatever you want. And then we can customize these. We will get our values, the response, await. We will have axios.put. And then right here, we have the URL and then products. But now we need to pass ID of the product. So right here, what we will do, we will use our values. We will have values. Inside the values, we will have our product. And then inside the product, we can get the ID of that product, which we want to edit. And then we pass the values and we set the headers, return the response data, and also log something to the console. So now we can handle the state for this. So I'll come down here and we can highlight the delete, that is up to this point. I duplicate it and then I'll edit the top ones here so that they are just organized like we have at the action creators. So products edit dot pending, products edit dot fulfilled, and products edit dot rejected, like that. And then we can have some piece of state for these ones in case you want to show a loading spinner and so on. So right here, I will duplicate this one and this can be edit status. And now at our state, where we have products edit.fulfilled, we can have all these edit status. Let's start from products edit.pending. Then we select 1, 2 up to rejected. Remember not to edit the rest. And then I will change the 3 of them to edit. Now this is good. This is good. Let's now focus on this one. So right here, we will return a new array of products by replacing one of the product which is already edited. So instead of using filter, I'll say const updated products will be equal to state dot items and then dot map. We invoke these, we get a single product at a time, and whatever operation we will perform here, we will be returning either an existing product in the array or we return the edited product from backend. This is how we can do it. So we will perform a check. So we can say if product dot underscore ID is equal to action dot payload and then dot underscore ID. If this is true, that means that this is the whatever we have at the action dot payload dot underscore ID is the edited product. Therefore, we return that product to this updated products array. So right here we return action dot payload. Else we return this product back, just like that. And now we set state.items to be our updated products. I save to auto format and this is what we have. So this can be toast.success product edited, or you can even use .info which will have a blue color. That way. So I save. And now we have an action creator and we are correctly updating our state. So all we need to do is to dispatch this particular action creator from our edit product. So we will do that right here. So I'll bring this back. So right here, whatever we will have is an object, but this object will have two things. So I'll remove this, and whatever we are dispatching is product edit. I click on this to auto import it, and yeah, cool. So right here we will have two things. The first one will be our product image. The other one will be our product right here. So we will use this product image to determine whether to update our Cloudinary image or not. Okay, so this will either have a value if a new product is selected. If a new product is not selected, it will be an empty string. And another thing, when we select a new image, we need to update this one. So for example, when I click here and select Galaxy S, you will see this is selected, but the image did not update. So for that, we need also right here where we have set product image to also set image preview, or the preview image, to be our reader dot result. So this will either have a string from the database or it will be the new selected image just for preview. Okay, so when I save that and come back, if we try to choose another product here, this one, open. Okay, still not working. Let me refresh. So I'll come edit, let's choose another file, Galaxy S, open. So it's updating even the image here for preview. Cool. But now the most important thing is that this product image will either have this value which is selected, or it will be an empty string. Remember, when we open, it will be empty. Cool. So we pass it here, and then we also pass our entire product here. So our entire product, we have the current product, everything in the current product. Remember this current product, set current product, we have ID, we have the image from the database, and all these other values. So what we can do, we can spread our current product right here. So this will have the ID of the product that we are trying to edit. It will have the version, the dates, and so on. And we just update these values which we are updating here. So right here, I can use a comma, and then we set the name to name. We set the brand to brand, and we set the price to price. Finally, we set the description to description. I save, and we shouldn't even have a space there. I save. So when we click under submit, we will dispatch products edit. It will have the product image, which can either be an empty string or the selected image, and then it will have our product. Our product will have the current product. This current product have everything, but we update these values depending on whether we have updated them at the form. Okay, so we will receive this object right here the way it is at our product size right here as values. And if we do values.product._id, we get the ID of that product. Okay, and we pass the values again to the backend. So these values will be received by our API at our products right here. So this is the backend API. And remember, the values will now be at our body, request.body. Now at request.body, we will have two things. We will have the product image, and we will have the actual product. Okay, so right here, you can see we are using this product image to perform a check. Does request.body.product image exist? So if we selected an image, a new image, that is, it will exist. So if it exists, that means that we are trying to update the image. So if we are trying to edit the image, what we do, we first destroy the existing image from Crowdinary. So right here, we call crowdinary.uploader.destroy. We await it actually, and we pass the public ID. And the public ID will be a variable in our product.image .public ID. Remember, the product still has the information about the image. So what we do, we pass the public ID and it's destroyed. Once we get the destroy response, we upload a new image now to Crowdinary. So right here, we await crowdinary.uploader.upload, and whatever we are uploading is now what we have at our product image, okay? The one that was standalone, which was either empty or having a base64 image. Now we are uploading it to Crowdinary, and we are specifying the upload preset to be online shop. And once this is completed, the upload response is there. We go ahead and update the product in the database. So whatever we do, we call find by ID and update. We specify the ID of the product that we are trying to update. So request.params.id. Remember, we passed that right here. This is our params ID. So we specify it there, and then now right here, we pass an object and we set the new values like this. So we spread the properties of the product that we are getting from the front end, request.body.product. So that is this one. We spread the properties of this one, but we also make sure that we update the image with the uploaded image, the new uploaded image information from Crowdinary. We set new to true so that we get the updated product right here, and we can send that product to the front end. Once we send it to the front end, we will pass it to our action.payload, and now at our state here, products fulfilled, now we can use that action payload, which is our new product, to update the state on the fly like this. So still on this one, if we don't have the image, so here we had an if statement. So if the image exists, we destroy the image, we upload the image and update the product in the database. So if this image is not existing, if we are not trying to update the image, what we do, we just update the product in the database. So we await find by ID and update request.params.id, and we set the new values to be request.body.product. Remember, now this will be having the old image and any other new values that we have, and we set new to true and we send this to the front end, else we are catching the error. Cool. Now this doesn't have the try and catch block, so you can add one. Then I'll cut this one, and I think I should have it there. Save. Now we have our try block, everything is in here. Then we have catch. Cool. Now that is it. That is how we can update our product. So let's try this one out. Let's try to update an image or update a product in general. So right here, I'll click edit this product. Let's say iPhone 12. Let's submit. So these must have a value, so we can make it to be optional. So right here, I will remove the required like that and save. So now let's try to submit. Product edited. I will click cancel, and now here we have iPhone 12. So it's working. And another thing, I need to remove this subscribe. We don't need it. We just need cancel. And you can show a spinner when submitting here. So first of all, we need to get the edit status. Okay, actually you can just do it right here and avoid another line. Now down here we can make use of that edit status at our submit right here. So we will say is edit status right here equal to pending. If that is true, we show submitting. Else, okay, we use a full colon, we show submit like that. So I'll go ahead and save. And once I come here, let's click edit, 6-inch display, submit, submitting, product edited. Cool. Let's try to update the image. iPhone 12 Pro, open. Let's update this to Pro. Submit, submitting. Now this is taking a bit of time because it's communicating with Cloudinary, deleting the image, uploading a new image, and we get this. So when I cancel, this is working. Super cool. So that is how we can perform an edit of a product. It's quite a bit of work, but it's working well. Now we have delete, we have edit, we have view, can add to cart, can remove. So this is coming around well. Now the next thing that we are going to work on is our orders table, and then after that we'll work on the users table. But before we get there, we can make it such that when we are at here, when you click on this particular product, you are able to go to more details about it. Actually, one of you actually requested about it, so let me show you how. Also, you can do the same right here. When you click this or click the title, you go to more details about that particular product. So I'll show you with this. So this is super simple. We just need to go to home here, and then this was our image. We can wrap the image, and you can wrap even the heading if you want. I'm showing you with the image, and then you can expand the way you want. And then right here, we can have a link, which is coming from React Router DOM. So make sure you import it. Link from React Router DOM. And then we link to is equals. Right here, we will have our path. Now maybe I can use backticks, much easier. So we'll have our path as product, and then stroke. Right here we read the product ID. So we have product dot underscore ID, and at the end here we close this and we wrap the image with that link. So I save, and now when I come here, home, click this image, we get to more details about the product. You can do the same for this one. So I won't show you, just go and try it out. So that is it. You can do that and it works cool. Now let's move on to orders. So now I want us to work on our orders, and for this we had created this orders component and we were showing nothing here. So what I'll do is that I'll have another file like this one, orders list. So I'm going ahead here and creating an orders list .jsx component, orders list, and we will create the table right here. Okay, so I'll save that and then come back to our orders here and bring in that orders list component. So I'll say orders list like that. Now we can go ahead and focus on this component. The first thing that I'll do is that the table is so similar to this one, so we will have everything that is here. But first of all, I'll paste some styled components for our order. So we will go through each of these styles, don't worry. And then we need to come to product list, and I don't want to type everything, so just after our component. I don't know why it ends, so I can highlight here. It ends right here. I can copy everything up to the very top, up to that point. I'll copy and then come back to our orders list here, and I can replace everything here with that, but make sure to rename this component right here. Okay, so this should be orders. Orders list, like that. Now we will customize this table, and first of all we will need to get our orders from the backend. So for that we need an API from at the backend, and also we need to work on our orders slice. So if I come to the orders files, this is now on the backend routes orders. You'll see that we had already created this API endpoint for getting our orders. Okay, so we were getting the current orders, the recent ones, the 4 of them. Else, if we didn't pass the query parameter, we were getting all the orders. So, and then we pass in the name of the action here, which will be orders stroke orders fetch. Then we have an async action. So this is where we actually fetch the data. We make a HTTP request to get our orders from the backend, and we make sure that we pass in the headers. Okay, so for the response.data, that now will be included in the action payload, and we can use it to update the state. Else we have this. Okay, so first of all, create this function the way it is, and then right here you create your slice, order slice, create slice. You give it a name to be orders. You pass in the initial state, which is defined here, and then we have the reducers, but we will focus on the extra reducers in this case. So for the orders fetch, you update the status to pending, and then once the fetch is successful, we set our state.list to be action.payload, which we are getting from here when we return response.data, and then we update the status, and for rejected we set the status to that. Also make sure to export that as a reducer. So I hope all this makes sense. For now, ignore the edit. We will go through the edit later on. But now we need to add this to our state. So what you need to do is to go to index.js, and you'll see here we were bringing in products from products reducer like that. Now we need one for orders. So right here we can say orders. So this will simply be our orders slice like this, since the reducer is the one that is being exported from this. So you can rename it to reducer if you want, but still when you leave it this way, it should work. Okay, so we save that. Now we come to our orders list, and we should now dispatch this action. Okay, so we should dispatch this action. So we can make use of the use effect hook. So right here before our rows, I can make use of the use effect hook, and for this use effect hook, we'll pass a function, and in here we can perform a dispatch. So I'll say dispatch, and then we invoke it, and what we are dispatching is orders fetch. We invoke that, and we can pass this dispatch as a dependency here, just to avoid the warning like that. Okay, we can now get our list from the state. So right here we can say let list be equal to state.orders right here, and we can log this list to the console to see if we are getting our orders. But we will get a lot of issues, I guess, because of this image container. Let's pass empty fragments. Let's avoid the image. We'll get an error because of all these components. Let's pass empty fragment. Let's avoid everything that is here. And now I think we shouldn't get an error. So let's go ahead and log the list to the console.log of list. I will save. Then let's go to our orders. Here items is not defined, so we have an issue with the items right here. So instead of using items, we can use list. So if list exists, let us have list.map here, and I'll save actually. So these will not throw an error. I hope free, I'm not sure. So I will refresh, and okay, what happened? So it's failing to read some properties. Cannot read property of undefined reading URL. So it's failing because of this image. You can use these. I'm just avoiding the errors for now because I want to see what we have in our list. Okay, that is what I'm interested in. Okay, now we can see the IDs and inspect. So that means that our list is loading right here. So we have an array of 3 items, which are basically our orders. So we have delivery status, we have the payment status, the shipping information, the total, and so on. So now we have our orders, and we can be able to display them now right here. So we will have an ID, which will be item.id. We will have a customer name, so we can use CName for customer name, which will be available in our item. Remember, this item is the order. Actually, we can just rename it to order. So I can say order, and then this will now be available in order dot shipping, and then dot name. We will have the amount transacted by this customer, so we can have amount. This will be equal to order dot total. Remember, we need to divide this by 100 because the total is in cents, so we divide by 100, and then we can include this dot to local string. So I'll copy that and paste it here, and then right here we'll have the order status. So we will have delivery status to be specific. You can also include the payment status and so on. So this will be equal to order dot delivery status, delivery underscore status, and then right here we will have the date of when the order was created. So in this case we will use moment, so I can remove this. We will have moment, and we invoke it. We will have our order dot created at, and this will be dot from. Now I think we need to bring in moment, so let's come at the top and import moment from moment. Let's customize the columns. So the first one will be ID, header name ID to 20. The second one will be the customer name, so CName. So this field must be the same as this one. The name here should be name. Then these can be about 120. The width, we won't have lender cell for this, so I will remove that. The second one will be amount, header amount. You can place this. The width can be about 100. Then next we will have the delivery status. So this one, the field will be delivery underscore status. We make sure that it's the same. This status should be here. The status, the header, we can just say status. The width can be about 100. Now for this one, we will conditionally render the cells. So I'll copy this one, I'll copy that. Then for the status here, I'll add it here. And for this render cell, we will have the params, and then we will return a div right here, and we will perform a check. Okay, so we will say if params and then dot row and then dot d status, if this is equal to pending, like this, we use a question mark. Whatever we will display is the pending component. So I'll display pending and I'll say pending. So this pending component is down here. This one, those are the styles. Else we will perform another check. So down here we will say if params dot row dot d status, like this. I'll copy that and paste it here. If now this one is equal to dispatched, then we use another ternary operator. We will display the dispatched component, and right here we can say dispatched, like that. So this dispatched, again the styles are down here. So these are the styles for dispatched, and these are the styles for delivered, since I'm also using that. So right here we will use a full colon, and then we'll perform another check like this one. So I'll copy that one, paste it here. Now if this one is equal to delivered, then right here we will display the delivered component, and we will say delivered else. That means that we have an error because it's either pending, dispatched, or delivered. If we don't get any of those, we can just say an error here or something like that. So I save, and this is it. Okay, conditionally rendering the status, whether it's pending, dispatched, or delivered. So after that we will have a date. The heading name will be date. Then the width will be 120 here. Then we will have actions. So for the actions, we will have this the way it is. We can increase the width here to 220. We have the params, and for the return here, we will return the actions component. Okay, actions, which is defined down here. Okay, why is it? Unfortunately, we don't have it. I think we can copy it from this list down here, this one. So from product list we had the action, so I'll copy it and paste it here like that, and then we move to the top. So right here we will display the three action buttons. So right here the first one will be the dispatch BTN, and we'll say dispatch, and then we will have the delivery btn, and we can say deliver, all markets delivered, and then we will have view. We can view that order, so we say view. Now when I save, the styles for this, let me show you. This is the dispatched button, deliver, and view. So we have the button styled right here, so we are only changing the colors like this. Get it? Cool. So we don't have this, so I'll remove that, and then I will save. Now let's preview our table, and look, this is what we have. We have the name, amount, status, pending, dates. Then we have actions. We can dispatch an order, we can deliver an order, also we can view an order. So all these buttons are not working, and we can start with the easiest, or the one that I think it's the easiest, which will be to dispatch and deliver actually. So for this, we need to have an API endpoint to edit an order in the database, and then we'll also create an action creator for that. So let me show you that. So if we come to our orders file from the backend, this is the edit route, so you can copy it. We are just calling find by ID and update. We pass the ID using the params, then we set our order to be request.body and new, and we send it to the front end, else we send an error. And then we go to orders slice. Right here I already have an action creator for editing an order. It looks like this. We will go through it. Here we will pass values, and also we will have access to get state at this async, okay? And this get state can give us access to the state, and these values will have two things. It will have the ID of the order that we are trying to edit, and also it will have the delivery status. Okay, so as you can see, we are using values.delivery status. So this will be the updated delivery status. This one will be the ID of the order. So right here we are using this state to get all the orders from our state, and then we filter and we make use of the ID. Okay, so right here when we create filter, we get an order at a time, and we compare that with the values.id, and in return we get the order that we are trying to edit. Okay, so right here we are performing a filter, and then we get that order. And now right here, this is in form of an array, so the new order will be that order. We spread the order and we select the first value because this is in form of an array, and then we update delivery status to values.delivery status. So this value we are getting when we try to dispatch the order. You'll see how it will work out. So now we have the new order, and we make the HTTP request to our backend. So we use axios.put. We make sure to pass the params ID here, values.id, and we pass in the new order that will be received by our backend, and we set the headers. So this now will be in the request.body, and that way we will update it like this. So let me show you how we are updating the state down here. For pending, we just update the status to pending. For fulfilled, we now run a map and return a new array with the updated action.payload, and then we update the state with the updated orders, and we pass the success like that. And then for rejected, we just update the status to rejected. So you can also as well copy this. Okay, Now all I need to do is to dispatch this orders edit. So I'll come to our orders list. So right here, we'll have an onClick event, and we'll set this to be equal to, we pass these, we will have an arrow function, which will call a handle order dispatch. Now here we pass the params ID, so we will have params dot row dot ID, which will be our current order. So handle order dispatch to be this one. We don't have that function yet, so let's create it. So right here we will have const handle order dispatch, and we set it to be the ID here. And now right here, all we will do, we will call dispatch, and we will dispatch our action creator, which is orders edit. So I auto import it, invoke it, and we pass an object. So this is expecting two things. It is expecting us to pass the ID of the order, which is this one. So we pass the ID, and since we are updating this order to be dispatched, we pass a value of delivery status here to be equal to dispatched. Okay, now what will happen when we click this button? This function will be fired. Handle order dispatch will be fired as well with the ID of that order. We will pass the ID to the action creator, plus we will set the delivery status to dispatched. So that will be received by our slice here. Orders edit, we will receive that object as values. So it's an object containing the ID and the delivery status. So we will be able to filter out the current order from the state, and then we will spread that order and update the delivery status to values.delivery status. So that value will basically be our dispatched here. Okay, and we'll be using a similar format to mark the order as delivered. So right here, I'll just duplicate this down here, and we'll say handle order deliver, like that. And when we click deliver here, we will call this onClick event again. So I'll copy that and paste it here, and here we will call now, instead of dispatch, we call the deliver function deliver. We pass the ID, we receive the ID here, only that now the delivery status now will be delivered or something like that, delivered. So now this can either be dispatched or delivered, and that will be received by our order slice right here. So it is dynamic. So we can test it out and see if it works. So I'll come back here. I click on dispatch. This is marked as dispatched. I click on delivered. So we can now mark an order as dispatched or delivered. Pretty nice. And that is it. That is how you can do that. Now the next thing is to view a single order. So back to the code. So first of all, we had created these details right here, and we had our order. So this is where I will replace this code with the actual code for that particular component. We will go through it, but before we get here, we had already created a route for it. Okay, so if we come to app.js, we already had this order, then ID, then we call the order component, and we need to add the functionality right here at our button. So at the order list where we had view, we need to navigate to the order component. So we can like copy that from here. So we have this. On click, we navigate to product, then we pass the ID of the product. Now in this case, we'll pass the ID of the order. So right here, we add an on-click event, then we navigate to product. Okay, not product, but order. And then this will be the ID of the order. So it will take us to that component. So I will save, and then this navigate should be defined at the top, which is already defined now. So pretty nice. So I will remove these files which we are not using, the imports there, and save. Now when I come here, when I click this, we should go to the order component, and it looks like this. Okay, so let me show you what is happening in this particular file. So first of all, we will need a route to get a single order given the ID of that order. So at the orders routes, you can add this particular route, get an order. So we have this path, find one, and we pass the ID, and we find by ID to be request.params.id. So therefore we get that particular order. So right here, before we send the order to the client, we are performing a check of whether the user that is trying to access this order is the one who created it, or whether the user is the admin. Else we send the order. Also note that here I'm passing the auth middleware function. So add this to your routes, and then now you can have this order component. You can perform these imports, and most importantly, this is where we are fetching it. Okay, so we are fetching it using a use effect, and we make a get request to that endpoint URL orders find one, and we remember to pass the ID. Also we set the headers for authentication purpose, and right here we set the orders to be in our state. So fetching is the most important thing, and how you display the order will be up to you. So how I'm displaying it here, you can also do it, but these are the JSX for it. Right here I'm showing the delivery status, so I'm performing conditional rendering and showing them like that, whether it's pending, dispatched, or delivered. Then now right here we have the ordered products, so we go to order.products and we map through them so that we display each item at a time, and we show the description, the quantity, and the amount. Also you can do it in such a way that when you click this item, you move to a page where you get more details about that item, and you can be able to get an item from Stripe. So we have an ID of that item attached to the object. Okay, I think I'm confusing you. But the thing is, if I log this order to the console, so console.order, okay, .log order, and come here, let's inspect it, console. So we have this object, and this is our order. We have products, and we have each product right here. So the ID here, you can use this ID to get more information about this product from Stripe, because I don't know, for some reason Stripe is limiting the amount of information that we have here. Maybe you might want to see the description of the product, the image, and you can use this. So for this, you'll need to create an API endpoint at the back end, which when you make a request with this ID, you get that product from Stripe, and you can show it individually when you click this product. I hope that makes sense. But anyway, that is it. And right here, I can just remove. Now down here, we are showing the price, the shipping details, and here are the styles. The styled order, the order container, the item, the list, pending, dispatched, and delivered. So if you need the source codes, you can just support me via Patreon, and you'll have access to all the source codes. So yeah, so this is the file, and I'll save that and this is now what we have. So I'm done with orders here. One last thing is the users. So now I want us to create our users data table. So the first thing, we will need a route for getting the users from the database, and also we will have an action creator for that, and then we will dispatch the action creator so that we can be able to fetch them. So on the back end, previously we had only this route for the stats, but now I'm adding a few more here. So you can add one by one as we move on. The first one that you will need to add is to create this route for getting all the users. So we have users, you await and you find the user and you sort them. Then you just send the users to the UI. So create this route, and then we'll need to have an action creator. So I'll save this file, and that action creator will be for fetching the user. So first of all, you'll need to import these: create slice, create a sync thunk from Redux Toolkit, import Axios, URL and set headers, and also toast from Toastify. Initial state will have the list of users, and then the statuses right here. And this is now the action creator for fetching a user. You just call axios.get, you pass the URL stroke users, and you pass response.data right here, which will now be available in action.payload. Now down here, we create a user slice, we give it a name, we pass initial state, and now in our reducers, we can be able to handle the state for fetching them. So simply here, we set state.list to action.payload, since it will be an array of users. And the rest are just self-explanatory, right? So remember to export this down here like this. Once you export, you add it to index.js right here. So you can have users to be our user slice right here. So I'll use a comma and save. Now we can go to our users in the admin here. I think we had users right here, but we didn't have anything here. So we can create now a list. So we can say users list.jsx, and what I'll do, I'll copy one of these. I'll copy the product list. So I'll highlight everything, copy, paste it in the users list, and paste it here. So I'll make sure to export this component right here as users list. Okay, and save. And then we can bring in that component to our users here. And you can actually do everything here if you want, but it's good to separate because we can have more stuff in here. So right here, I can say users list. It's auto imported, and save. Now if we come here at our users, I think we should have something. So we have this table, but it is for the products, okay? So we need to customize it for it to have our users. So let's do that. So I'll come back here to our users list, and for us to get the users from the state, we first need to perform a dispatch. So right here, I'll make use of the use effect hook. So use effect, it will come from React. I invoke it, and in here we will call dispatch, which is already initialized here. So dispatch, we invoke it, and we pass our action creator, which is user fetch, users fetch, something like that right here, and we invoke that. Also I pass dispatch here as a dependency right there. So I'll save, and once the component loads, it will dispatch our users fetch, which is already defined here. at our user slice, this one. And then it will perform HTTP request to our backend endpoint, and we'll get back the data. Once we get the data will be added to state just like this. And now we can get the data from the state. So I'll cancel some of these. The orders, we don't need them. The products. And whatever we will destructure from this is our list of users. So list, and we'll get this from state.list. Actually state.users, that is. And now right here, we'll map through the list. And we have the list again right here. And whatever we get here is a user at a time. So I'll say user, and ID will be user.id. Then we will have the username. So I can say uname to be user.name. We will have the email. So I can have you email, user email. Whatever we have here is user.email. And then we will have the is admin property is admin user.isAdmin. So I will remove this one, and we have only those. Let's fix the columns. This will be ID. Okay, this will be username. We will have name. Then the width right here can be a bit big, like 150. And we won't have render cell, so I will remove this one like that. Then we will have the email. So you email. Then this can be bigger, like 200. And then we will have the isAdmin. So I'll say isAdmin. Then right here we will have the role, and we can render a width of 100. So right here we will have render cell. So I can copy this one and come to isAdmin here, and we will paste it here. We won't have the price, so I'll remove the price, and we can customize this one. So we'll display a div to begin with, and then we can perform a check here. So I can remove this, and we will have params dot row dot isAdmin. And if this is true, then we will display an admin component, admin, and then we will display the customer component. So customer, or you can just say user, whichever name you want to use. So customer, I'll save, but these components are not defined. They should be styled components. So I'll get them for you. So now down here, after actions, I'll actually replace this with this. Okay, the rate is the same, the view is the same, but now I'm adding this admin component and customer component so that we don't get an error. So the image container should not be here, so I'll remove that. And these are the styles now. You can copy them or create your own if you want. But now this is okay. For the actions, we will have delete. We won't have edit, so I will remove that. And I'll decrease the width of this one to 120. but we will have view. Okay, so whatever we will view is our user component. So I'll say user right here, then the ID of that user, and then for the delete, we will not dispatch this. So first of all, I'll comment it out. So I'll save, and let's see what we have. So now at our users, we are able to show the list of users, email, whether it's a customer or not. We have delete. When we view, we get to the user profile. So let's handle delete. So for delete, we need a delete route. So at the users here, I have this delete route. So you can be able to delete a single user using request.params.id. Then you send the deleted user. We need an action creator to make this request. So at the user's slice, you'll need to add this action creator right here. And you perform a HTTP request of axios.delete users, and we'll pass the ID here, and we get it from here, we pass it here. So when deleting a user, we'll pass the ID, then we set the headers and get the deleted user, and then else we do this. So for the state, once we delete the user, we can use the filter to exclude that user from the our list of state. So using filter, and we update the list like this. Also, we can update the status and toast a message. And then that is it. So all we need to do is to dispatch this action creator right here. So at the user's list, right here is where we are supposed to perform the dispatch, and we are dispatching the users delete. So users delete, and we pass the ID like that. This ID is passed right here. Okay, I hope all this makes sense. So I'll save, and actually that is done. So now when we try to delete one of these users, I'll try this one, delete, and something is wrong. So I will refresh first. Okay, user was deleted, and I'm not so sure whether it correctly updated the state, but let me also delete this user, delete. Okay, it's working correctly, user deleted. So that is it. That is how you can delete a user. What about view? So at view, we will need a route to get a single user, and then this is where we will also be editing a user. So here I'll take you in a step-by-step manner as we conclude this tutorial, because I think this is the last thing that we will do. Okay, so first of all, we need the routes. So the routes are defined right here. The first route is to get a single user by ID, and this is it. So user.find by ID, and then we have request.params.id. Then I'm sending these properties to the front end. The reason I'm specifying them is to avoid passing the password, because we should never send the password to the front end. So I select the items like that and send them, else the error. So first of all, let's make use of this. So for this one, we don't need to make use of Redux, so we can use a few use effects. So we need to go to the user details. So we find the details folder, go to user profile, and this is where we'll do everything. So I can actually close the rest. Now for this, I'll actually paste the styled components. I don't want to focus on styles, but these are the styles. You can create them. I'm showing you so that you can copy them if you want. We will have a form where we can be able to even update a user. we have this to show whether a user is an admin or a customer. So pretty straightforward, right? Now let's work on our profile. And the first thing that we will need to do is to fetch a user, and for that we will need to make use of the use effect hook and also the use state hook. So I'll bring in the use effect hook, use effect, and also the use state hook, use state. And we can start by making use of the use effect in here. So we will say use effect, we invoke it, pass a function, and in here I'll also make use of another function. So I can say const fetch user will be equal to async function. So this is an arrow function, which is an async function. You can also use a regular function if you want. And right here we'll have a try and catch block. So here we'll have access to the error object, and we can log that error to the console. So console.log of error. And here is where we are supposed to fetch our user. So after this function, we can call the function, so fetch user. And then here we will perform the HTTP request. We will make use of Axios. So we need to bring in Axios right here. So I'll import Axios from Axios. And then we'll have const response will be equal to axios.get. So right here, I'll use backtick. We will need the URL. So URL, okay, it's not being suggested, but we'll have the URL stroke. We'll have users stroke find stroke. We need our user ID, which will be available in our params ID. So we'll have params and then .id. And we can define the params right here and also bring in the URL. I don't know why it's not being suggested, but right here, let's start by importing the URL. So we need to go to traces, then stroke our API. Cool. That is okay. And then right here, we bring in const params to be equal to use params. This is also not suggested, but we can import it. So I will import the use params from React Router DOM. So I'll save, and we should also set the headers. Okay, so right here we'll have set headers. It's auto imported. Nice. And once we get a response, we can set this response to state. And right here we can invoke it. I'll pass it as an object, so we'll have the name here, and we will have the email, and then we will have the isAdmin. I'll set it to false, and also I'll set the password here. So this is necessary for us when we want to update the password of the user. Now, one thing is we are not like passing the password from the backend. So when updating the state here, so right here we can call set user. This will be an object, and what we will do, we will spread res.data. And then we will also include a password here, property, as an empty string. And the reason is because this res.data doesn't have a password. So if we come here where we had our users, we were passing ID, name, email, isAdmin, but no password. So those are the same properties here with the password and here we add the password, so that it does not complain we are changing, I don't know, a controlled component, and all those warnings. Now another thing, you can have a loading state if you want, like that. So I save. Now for loading, right here we will set loading to true. Then down here we can set loading to false. I save. So we have our loading state, and also we'll be having updating state as well. Cool. So right now we should be able to fetch this user, and let's see if we can. So right here I'll console.log the user. I'll come back here. Styled is not imported, so let's bring it in. So I'll import styled from styled components. Okay, user profile, I inspect, and I think we have errors, but let's see. Console. This is being fetched on and on and on and on. So our use effect has an issue. We should have passed that empty. So we have nothing. So let's see, set user. Okay, this is not working, and I don't know why. So let's log this console.log of our response. Okay, we should await it actually. So await. I think that's the issue. So I save, and let's see. So now we have a user right here. Email is admin, name and password is empty, ID of the user. So as you can see, you can include as many properties as you want right here. So if your user is more complex, you can do the same. Now we have our user and we are updating the state correctly. Now all we need to do is to display the details of the user in our JSX right here. Now for this, I'll be using a form so that we can display the details of the user and also be able to update that user. So I'll replace these React fragments with this, and this is now our styled user. So we have this styled profile. Inside that profile, we have the profile container like that. And all we do is that we are checking the loading state. If it's loading, we display this one, else we display a form. Okay, and these are the styles: styled profile, styled container. The styles for the form are here, admin and customer. So you can copy them, but most important is that we have a form here. On submit, it's calling this handle submit. So when submitting that form, we will have const handle submit here, which I can set it to be an arrow function, and we can do something right there. So I'm defining it so that it doesn't throw an error. And then inside the form, we have the heading, and then we are displaying whether the user is an admin or a customer. And then we have label name, and we show an input field here of name. The value will come from user.name, and once we edit that input, this is how we are updating the value. So we set user, we pass an object in here, we spread the user and update only the name. And this is what we are doing for email, like this. Here we update the email. We are doing the same for password. Here we update the password. And then here we are conditionally rendering this button. Whether we are updating a user, we show updating, else we show update profile. Now let's see what we have. So it looks like this. It's pretty simple. Name, email, password is empty, but we have admin here, and you can update profile. Now another thing is that you can fetch the orders for this specific user and show them somewhere, maybe on the side here, if they have any orders. Remember, our order has the user ID, so you can fetch the orders and you find the orders using the user ID. So that is a challenge that I'm giving you to try out, but I won't cover it right now. So the next step that I should show you is how to update this user. And for us to update the user, we should have an API endpoint which we can make request to. So here at the user, you'll see that we have this update user, and this is the endpoint. First of all, when we are editing a user, we'll be passing an ID of that user. So we fetch the user using that ID. And right here, we perform a check. So you can perform this check if user email is not equal to request.body.email and the email is taken, then we send this message. Else, right here, if we have a password at request.body and we have a user, so this user is this one. So what we do is that we are trying to update the password. So we must hash the password, and then we update our user.password with the hashed password. Okay? And then when updating the user here, so right now we are not using set, we are passing the name and the other fields manually. We make sure that we set the password to be user.password, which is the updated password here as the hashed password. Then there are the other ones will come from request.body.name, request.body.email, request.body.isadmin. So only the password is kind of different because we have to hash it. Then we pass new for us to get the new one. And right here, we send back the user details. That is ID, name, email, and isadmin. Else we catch the error. So I hope all this makes sense. So we have an endpoint for editing a user. All we need to do is to make a HTTP request to this particular endpoint. So I will go back to our user profile and we should do everything right here. Okay, so let's populate this under submit. So the first thing, we should prevent the default. So right here we will have e.prevent default and we invoke that. And then down here we can have a try and catch block. Before we do this, we can set updating here to true, and then at the very end we set updating to false. And now we can make our HTTP request right here. So right here we'll have const response. So what we get back is the updated user, and we set this to await, and we call axios.put. It's a put request for editing. Then right here we will have our URL, which is the same as this one, almost the same, not the same though. So I'll copy that and paste it here. So this will be URL, then users, but we won't have this find, so I will remove find, but we should also pass the ID. Okay, and then next thing right here, we should pass our values which we are updating, which will be available in our user state. So right here we'll have user, this is the user state, like that. And then after the values we will have set headers. So set headers, we invoke it. Okay, cool. Now in our response here is where we will have back our data once we update the user. So we can set the user here to be we spread res dot data, and then we set password here to nothing. Now after this, we can toast a message, profile updated. So profile updated. You can position it the way you want, like bottom, up, whatever. But this toast, I think we should import it. So let's bring it in. So React Toastify, I save. So now we have implemented a functionality right here for updating a user. And let's see if it's working. And it failed to compile. And this should be an async function. So right here, I'll say async and save. Come back, refresh. So we have this as admin. We have our data. Let's try to update the name to charles.dev. I won't include a password. Updating, profile updated. So if I go to the users list, we should have the name as charles.dev. Go to admin, users, charles.dev. So we can view a user, we can update the user, we can as well delete the user. We can sort them using these buttons. We can filter. We have our orders, which we can mark as dispatched, can mark as delivered. We can view the order. We have our products. We can edit product. We can edit them, edit image. We can view them. Also, we have the summary right here. Pretty nice. So everything is working. One last thing, once you perform a checkout success, we should clear the cart. So checkout success here. This is our component. So I will replace this component with this. All we have is a container here with some styles. We are wrapping it like this. Checkout successful. Your order might take some time to process. Check your order status at your profile after about, let's say, 5 minutes. In case of inquiries, you can contact support. Then right here, we are dispatching clear cart, and we are also dispatching get totals to update our totals. So now, yeah, I have like completed this. I have showed you how to do it. And if we go ahead and let's try to purchase this product, I'll check out. I'll fill the details real quick. You can go with John. You can go with any address. I'll fill this one. I will update this one and this one. Then I'll pay. It's processed. Checkout success and cart was cleared. When we go to admin, you see, we have this a few seconds ago. We have this as 3. We have our graph showing our data. I think it's a bit reversed. We should have Thursday this side, Wednesday this side. So you can change the compare function to sort them well, but it's there. Then we have our orders a few seconds ago pending. We can view it. Customer is John, city, email. This was ordered. So it's working and we can mark as dispatched. So that is it. That is it for this video. I hope you have learned something. And please make sure you support my channel, subscribe, turn on post notification. Also support me on Patreon. This is obviously a lot of work that I have done here. So support me via Patreon. In return, you'll get the source code for everything. And I'll see you in the next one.